Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me? Hear me? Well, I'm going to take over the show then, since I don't think anybody can hear anybody. I think they're fixing some audio issues, so. Nope. Literally can't hear you at all. Your leader didn't stop by, did he? And now everything froze. Still can't hear you. The video's coming out, but no audio at all. But my audio is coming through because I can hear myself on Twitch, but I can't hear anybody else on Twitch. So while we're waiting, I can just start talking tomorrow. Just to let everybody know, since I have the floor. Tomorrow at noon, the big show will be interviewing Bruce Carlson from My History Can Beat Up Your Politics. We're going to be talking about his 6-part series that he did on the fall of the USSR. It's going to be a great show. It's been a passion project for him. He spent like 10 years getting it all together to make it. And he's very proud of it. And it's an excellent series, which I recommend everybody listen to. But if you want to check out the show and hear Bruce himself talk about his ideas of making it and what was going through his head and some of the things he had to leave out, he's already created. So it's 6-part series. He's already created 2 addendums for things that he couldn't put in the 6 parts that he wanted to throw out there. So there's tons more data that he has. He's going to talk for a while on that tomorrow. So that'll be interesting for anybody who wants to hear. And what else can we talk about? I could really go into some good politics stuff while we're waiting and nobody can stop me. So I don't know if I should, though. I don't know if I should be getting into the big news of the week, which of course is Tesla spying on everybody. Did you hear about this one? Tesla apparently has all their internal car cameras feeding back to a central location, and all the Tesla techs were sharing it around with everybody, laughing at everybody and what they're doing in their cars. Isn't that fun? And there's no way that's ever going to get to the government for any kind of uh, you know legal reasons. So that's always good to know. If you have a Tesla, you might want to do what we do with with our laptops. Put the little black tape over the camera or something. That'll maybe help you if you can find out where all the camera ports are. What else happened this week? Some big news. There's a lot of big news this week. Can't think of much of anything else bigger than that. Um, there was a leak of some uh, confidential notes, as it were. Some about Ukraine and some other things like that. That's going to be trounced through right now. It's new. Matt Taibbi has left Twitter after doing the Twitter files because he found out that they were censoring his Substack links because Substack now has a Substack notes section. And the Substack notes section is kind of like a Twitter clone. So Twitter is making it so that if you post a link that goes to Substack, they block it. So he found that out, and now he's leaving. And then Elon Musk unfollowed him on Twitter. So that's happened today. And I'm trying to avoid talking about the elephant in the room, the orange elephant in the room, just because it's going to be nothing that everybody talks about for the next 9 months. Because here's the deal. The indictment happened. Yes, it did.
Right.
Ah, excellent.
There,
You hear us?
I'm going to break me just as I start talking about Trump. I can hear you.
Good.
Good.
I'm glad you can hear us, and glad we stopped you from talking about that. Excellent.
So I'm frozen, but
You are frozen. Yeah.
Good.
that's all right. It's the least flattering frame that it could have been on. So high quality entertainment, everybody.
So
Classic.
we're putting Paul to sleep.
I mean,
it happens.
but this isn't an episode of the Spangle Show.
Oh,
Ooh.
shots fired for no reason.
Ooh, shots fired. Shots
Shot
fired.
fired.
Shots fired.
No, but the next hearing to be held on the Trump indictment is December. So it's a good 9 months or so. We get to talk about it from nothing happening.
Move your head, Paul. Yeah, there we go.
Yay, I'm alive.
Well, his eyes were open. That was a good sign.
That's a positive.
So
No.
So
The-
we figured it out.
Yeah.
It took us a
How
little
long
bit,
were you
but we
guys
got us
gone
taken
before
care
you
of.
noticed?
No, we noticed immediately. We were trying to just get it to work.
Yeah. But that's why it's important for you to come to Mic Check so we can figure these things out before we go on air, sir. And you coming in at the last moment is getting annoying.
Here's the problem.
You heard
I
our
thought
feelings.
this was next week.
You heard our feelings.
I thought this was next week because that's my bad. And I was visiting with family and getting homing one of the puppies this evening. So that took a while, and I came in and I saw that there was a link, and I'm like, oh, I've got to get food for the wife and food for me and everything else for dinner. And then it's been crazy.
You didn't mix up the dog and the wife food up, right? 2 different bags.
No, I don't think so. I should double check that though. But
and put enough gravy on it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you throw enough gravy on it. Yeah. Oh man.
So that intro you were trying to do earlier.
Ace, I'll put you in timeout too.
What is?
Okay. All right. You're not immune to timeout. I was getting ready to give you a gear too. Man. He's getting ready to get a gear. Okay.
You give him a merit badge too.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, not gear. What is it? A wrench? Yeah, wrench. Yeah. Get your wrench on YouTube. Yeah, get the wrench. Anyways, back to the intro. Hello, everybody. Welcome to an exciting edition of Low Key on the We Libertarians Network for our Friday night Walnuts. As we sit here and it's basically right to the end of our media that that helped shaped us episodes that we've done. So it's a project that we've been working on for a little under a year now. Barely any time, and
over a year, sir.
barely under a year on, and so this is as we get to our number one, like our top end picks of our 3x3s of media that shaped us, we're going to decide to do this episode is going to be honorable mentions. We're going to talk about things that didn't make our list, and that but we still love them. It's going to be cool, and then also we'll try to pick producer Paul's brain to see, because just to pick to see which weird, awful trash isekai that he's has on his 3x3.
I'm glad he's here because some of the stuff on my list I know he's watched, so he can talk to me about it, and you guys can stare blankly at the screen.
Okay, that's fine. That's
You know?
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Because like some responsible friends, we clear our backlog of unwatched anime and get to things with emotional impacts together.
That's I've cleared a lot of my backlog already.
For those who didn't know, last weekend, producer Paul and I and a couple of our friends, KJ,
So before we jump the gun, we should probably introduce like everybody who's like, so who are these casted characters? Who are these weirdos behind this microphone? So as you know, it's myself, Harry, aka the movie target here talking with you. Then also you've heard Reinhold in here because like he skipped mic check because he was feeding his wife Alpo. But as you guys know, I don't fly solo. I also got producer Paul sitting over the corner, and we also have Vincent. A good nickname for you other than just Vincent.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know. I'll think of something that's awful and I'm cringe at the exact same time here.
I mean, that's fair. It's fitting.
And before we get started on the other thing, I really want to get your take, Harry, on the Tesla thing.
What, you didn't think they you didn't think they were going to making fun of your videos and looking at it? I'm sure they've got countless videos of girls squatting and peeing by their Teslas. Okay, all right. Either their Teslas or someone else's Tesla. This whole bullcrap lie about like the cameras only turn on if someone bumps in it, that's a lie. Tesla knew it's a lie. The Tesla owners know it's a lie. It's a big copium from them. Come on. Yeah, well, duh. It's just like the Amazon Ring cameras. Everyone's like, oh, no. This little mesh network that we're creating, this is just going to be for Amazon, just so the Ring cameras can talk to other Ring cameras. Well, we found out a couple weeks ago, that's a lie.
Yeah,
More
we've known
Polish.
for years that it's a lie because they've been getting warrants for Ring camera footage.
Whoa. Warrants.
Yes.
Warrants. They don't need no warrants. It's called, hey, can I get that footage? Here you go, Mr. Policeman.
Regardless of that, they still, like, all the way back in like 2020 had like 5,000 warrant applications or something along those lines. So yeah, they're getting warrants, and I'm sure that Amazon is just sharing data with police agencies without a warrant because it's Amazon and you probably agreed to it in your archaic block of text.
It's Amazon's data.
Yeah,
it's just like the Alexa data. They give up the Alexa data in cases all the time. It's like, oh, you want the Alexa data? Yeah, this is the conversation for the last 5 hours that happened in that room. Gladly hand it over. But no. Yeah.
Not surprised that they're everything with technology and cameras recording you at all times.
I know. It's just the same thing as like, remember, Brian, you probably remember this. Remember back in the it was 08 or 09 when people were taking their apples into the Genius Bar and they were shocked that the Genius Bar was taking the nudes off of people's machines and having like their little nudie like servers in the background. You remember that, Reinhold?
What was that?
Here on the podcasting hospice.
Like, oh, man.
I'm muted because the dogs barked. I'm sorry. I forgot to unmute. But yeah, I remember that. They do it when you go into take your computer into the geek place, Geek Shack or whatever they call it at Best Buy.
Genius Bar. It was the actual Apple Genius Bar. Don't put this evil on Best Buy. Now Best Buy's probably done it too. They did it. I'm sure the Best Buy probably did it too.
They were caught doing the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, you take it to anybody. You can have your whole hard drive copied off and sent to the FBI. Pictures of you smoking crack and talking about your dad.
10% for the big guy, right? Man, yeah. Encrypt all the things. Just encrypt your hard drives, people. Just like have encrypted folders, okay? It's perfectly okay, perfectly acceptable. You can even encrypt the encrypt folder and hide that, okay? All right, it's perfectly fine. Please do that, or just have like extra storage. Put the storage somewhere else. Don't be like Reinhold and have a bunch of spinning disks inside your gaming PC. Okay, put it somewhere else.
I mean,
I have external storage backup.
Is it tape, Reinhold? You can tell us if it's tape. You can tell us if
Not
it's tape.
tape.
It's actually cassette. Actually, he's running on
Well,
cassette.
I mean, tape
I have a
is
cassette
very
player.
good for stuff that you never need to access quickly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's probably tape. Yeah, it's definitely tape.
It's
All right.
cellophane tape. Doesn't that work? Duct tape.
It's like I pay somebody to handwrite the code for me whenever I need things backed up.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
I use Silly Putty to transfer it from sheet to sheet. I'm making a direct copy.
I need you to speak up or like get red in that microphone,
Okay,
or bring it,
well-
or just bring it to you. Just bring it. You can just bring it to you, bro.
I'm
grab
just
it.
going to bring my gain back up to where it should be because
Yeah,
Spangle,
not silent.
There you
Spangle
go.
obviously had to sneeze and or cough or other biological functions over here and couldn't be bothered to, return himself to an audible level.
Yeah, the camera angle may
Just
look
couldn't
like
return back to zero, Paul.
producer Paul has it like really close to him, but in reality, when you come to this other off angle, you could tell like he is. Yeah,
I don't think I can get much closer.
that's better right there. Perfect. Kiss it. Yeah, Dale Gribble tried warning us for a decade. Yeah, have you seen the anything seen the with the JoJo King of the Hill stuff with like a Hank with the propane stand
Oh my
and
god,
Dale Gribble's got the pocket sands.
they're just so weird.
I would actually watch that season of King. Okay, I watched the other seasons of King of the Hill, but I would definitely watch that season of King of
I
the
was like,
Hill.
well, I mean, I do like King of the Hill, but if it's also JoJo, I'm down 100% in.
Especially with Bobby. That's my purse. I don't know you. Whoa. Oh, man.
Her Naked Ladies did a video with Dale Gribble on that. So it was a King of the Hill video for their song. It's pretty good. It was all about paranoia, so it was perfect casting.
Yeah, especially for Dogo. But no, like, yeah, that's the main reason why I don't like the Internet of Target stuff. It's too. I don't like it that my data isn't stored locally. Like it goes somewhere to someone's server. And there's someone's hidden inside the terms of service where like it's not my data anymore. Once they record it, once they pick it up, it's not mine. It's off to someone else, and I just like it. That's why I try not to use those type of devices. I try to practice application minimalism on my phone. I think the only app I really need is my web browser. Because most apps are just glorified web browsers in the first place. Like, look, you can do this. This is just a web browser, so you can just put ads and stuff on my phone. I prefer you in the sandbox of Chromium. So, but that's me.
That's fair.
That's me. I'm a weird guy, though.
I mean, we all are. That's why we're all here together.
That's true.
That's why we're friends.
That's true. We're all
Remember the
mad.
South Park episode about the signing of the terms of agreement without reading it episode?
Oh
Right?
yeah, the human centipede.
Him and Centipede. I was watching some behind the scenes video on YouTube about that where they had Matt Stone's daughter was in there doing voices for Kyle. It was or not Kyle, but Kyle's brother, Ike. It was her daughter, his daughter. But it was funny because they were kind of making up the show. You could watch them making the show during the week because they make it in like 5 days and coming up with ideas and lines and how they got into the show. It's just hilarious. So, oh hell, he signed the terms agreement without reading it. Oh no, you can't do that. And my camera just went bye. Hold on a second. There it is.
Yeah.
Weird. We're just doing a really professional show tonight, aren't we?
But as we were saying, me and Paul were shaming Harry because Paul and I and some of our other internet friends watched the show that's actually going to be on my last 3x3 Your Lie in April. We all watched it together, and he refused.
I had other things to do.
Yeah, you watched a different anime at the same time.
Yeah.
And you literally posted a picture of you sitting on your couch watching a different anime when you could have been watching it with us.
I had no intention of watching that anime.
Because you're afraid.
I'm not afraid.
You're gonna have to hear about it.
Exactly. I'm gonna hear about it.
Uh huh.
Yep. I decided to I watched 2 different types of anime. So I watched the the movie of Initial D, you know, and then I noticed, oh, they're still in that anime. I'll just start watching Uncle from Another World because I really wanted to sit down and watch it. I didn't have my daughter with me, and I had a case of champagne, so screw it. I'm watching some anime, and I decided to do that.
So what it is that you were afraid that you would have got out of that call and you'd have cried.
No.
Mhm.
It's just that anime is just not my genre.
That's fair.
It's not my genre.
What is your genre?
Action, shonen. Okay.
It had plenty of action. The main character was beat the crap out of several times.
Yeah, but did he power up
Mm.
second form?
If it's not Gundam, it's not in his genre.
Yeah. Did he have a mech?
Does the piano count as a mech?
Nope. Electronic? No. Keytar? Is it keytar though? Maybe.
No.
I could let a keytar through.
How many IVs do you need to have in you before you're considered to be
A
to be a
mech?
mech?
Mech 32. Let's see. It goes every once in a blue moon. I like watching Final Fantasy Spirits with. Oh my
God!
Oh my god!
Why?
Oh my god!
Why?
Oh my god!
It's
Oh
so
my
trash.
god! Oh my god!
It's so bad.
We get to 100 concurrent viewers watching the show. We will watch Final Fantasy Spirits Within. We get 100 concurrent viewers.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Ace is gonna hold that.
He's
He's gonna hold that
It'll be-
forever.
Don't let Nice know because he'll
We'll
make
get
100
it,
bots.
we'll
all of them chiming in chat at once. Do it, cowards.
Watch the trash.
Bite me.
Awful. Just talk while I'm drinking.
Well, I was reading it, sir. I was trying to read what Ace said.
I put it up on the screen. You can since
Kind of need to enhance and zoom.
What? Are you guys blind? Can't read that up there?
No, I could read it when you click onto it from over here.
I'm at a bit of an angle. It's a little bit more.
I was hoping disability, but when I was a kid is when I first saw it, so I sentimental value. Oh, see, stop dissing the movies. It's probably Ace's first anime, right?
It's I understand Ace, but it's still trash.
You can tell it's just your first anime.
It's still trash.
It'll be okay.
I mean,
it's okay to like things that are trash.
meanwhile, this man right here is like, "Oh, you'll cry at this," and then anime presents zero reason to cry.
Sorry if you have no tears. You
with-
just
Basically, Harry suggested I watch an anime that he said he cried in the first episode, and I watched it, and I was like, "What? Why am I supposed to cry? What is happening?"
When is the emotion supposed to happen? Did I watch the wrong first episode?
bastards.
And then he was just like, "It was I really cared about these characters." Yeah, you only care about these characters because they're the exact same character models from other shows, sir.
Yeah, it's Clamp. Okay, it's called Clamp.
Terrible.
Just,
Those hollow clamp eyes tracking you across the room.
Is that on your honorable mentions?
What? Like any Clamp?
Uh-huh.
See, I thought about putting some Clamp on there, but I said no.
Oh, so it's not even good enough to be an honorable mention.
See,
and
he's out here putting live action shows, and he can't even make room for Clamp, the anime.
I didn't have room. Didn't have room. All right, so Pokemon was your first anime, Ace? Okay, all right,
That's fair. That's fair.
Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes. Oh yes. That's a good. Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back is a tearjerker. Try to avoid tearing up when Pikachu cries. Yeah.
And spoiler, man. No spoiler tag.
That movie is old. Okay. Oh. And besides, if you're on the internet, it's already been spoiled. You already know the
You've
ending.
seen the image of Pikachu crying.
Yeah.
This is the first I'm hearing about it. So I don't know.
Ash gets electrocuted so many times he becomes immortal. Okay, stuck as a 12-year-old for decades until he finally becomes champion, and they give him some elixir so he can age finally. Oh god, that actually would be a good plot for the show.
Come to terms with his death,
Oh god, comes to terms with his death.
and then he finally passes.
Oh my god.
That was the last thing he was holding on to, was winning the tournament.
Oh, that was this tether to keep him on the world, keep him on the earth.
And that's why he walked off into the sunset.
Yeah, then he walks off and gets this thing done with. Yeah, so.
So yes, we spent April 1st essentially in tears.
Yeah, that's true.
It's good.
We did spend basically the whole day crying, sad. It was hilarious because at one point we're like 7 episodes in, and KJ was like, "Update: I haven't broken yet." And like 3 episodes later, just update: I have officially broken.
Go update. Let's see. Ace goes, Harry's plot for Pokemon would explain why everyone has birthdays in the show, but Ash never grows. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not my. Yeah. That is like the internet's theory of what that happens. Yeah, so I have other theories that other theories on how the continuation of the show. So instead of like all these nurses and Jennies, they're all related to Brock. They all look like Brock. There's just Brocks everywhere.
Brock's just seen in the world.
This is Brock everywhere. Brock Jr., Brock the Third, Brock 5.
That's why he keeps getting rejected. Because they know it's him. Stupid.
Go, Brock. Aren't you that first loser, Jim? Doesn't everybody beat you? Not everybody. I think everybody beats you.
But yeah, they have to spend a few hours grinding in Viridian Forest first.
So before we go to our honorable mentions, we'll put Paul on the spot. Pick 3 things to talk about that would be on your 3x3.
Oh, that's incredibly simple.
I know, just pick 3.
Gurren Lagann ReZero and Jackie Chan. No, damn it.
It was so close. I had them all lined up.
No. So yeah, of course, ReZero. I mean, shit. If I want to go with things that haven't been talked about, that gets harder because Konosuba's number 3. I guess Overlord would probably be in there at this point. Something that you guys haven't watched. Shame on both of you.
I've seen clips.
You've seen like
I haven't
one
seen it
clip
either.
that I've linked to.
I know of Einzun Gao.
Reinhold,
that.
If we had to preface everything with you haven't seen it, Reinhold, we could just do a super smash cut of all those clips and it would be an hour long.
I could just put the
It would just,
I just scroll right.
It
Who
would
hasn't
just
seen
be
this?
my entire part.
I understand that, but if you're gonna say, "Hey, you 2 have never seen this before," you could say, "Hey, you 3 have never seen this." It's not adding any extra work for you.
Right? I was like,
He's like, I want to be
here.
included, sir. This is rude. I'm
Just
here
want to be
too.
part of the team here.
I'm here too.
Like, I'm right.
Just because I'm late doesn't mean I'm not part of things.
Okay, I will take your point. I will take the point, and I will include you in my disparaging remarks.
Sounds good.
Anyways, so you 2. Oh, man.
He was referring to me and Reinhold, Paul, not you.
All right,
I'm sorry.
yeah. All right, so like the other thing I wanted to do, like talk to like you guys, I wanted to do this before we go on air because I was really hoping like Reinhold would get in early so we could do a mic check and make sure everything's working and I could probably spring this conversation. But I figured I'll just do it live here. So what are you guys thinking about? Like I enjoy doing these shows, but I kind of hate doing it on Friday nights because I get up at 4 a.m. to do yoga. Okay, I just want to put some space up there, like. What about like Saturday afternoon? Huh? And what do you guys think about doing this or Saturday morning?
Probably not Saturday morning.
Yeah, not
I
Saturday.
would say no, because
Wow.
I have a bunch of things I have to do on the weekends during the summer.
All right, what about you 2?
I have 20 acres to deal with. I can't, I got rid of the 4-hour SEC meetings that I was going to.
I know you missed
down
those
from that position.
Yeah,
You
and now I have them. So
and you're broken up.
We just schedule the podcast for the SEC meeting time, and then that gives you a reason not to show up.
Please don't. I want to be included.
They don't want to be here.
No, I mean, you have to show up to the SEC meeting.
No. I wasn't appointed a district rep. I was appointed as a director for the entire state, and no, they'll be very
Don't you have a
angry.
backup?
No.
No,
It's very
Do the piddly work.
unwise.
The piddly stuff like that for you.
yeah, no,
Very
no.
unwise.
This goes to show
All
you.
you're doing is reporting on what you did, right? I mean, you go out there and say, "I'm
Well-
too busy working. I can't show up."
Look. Unlike you, living out in the wilderness, I live within walking distance of the state chair, so he would murder me, and he'd get away with it because it's Indianapolis.
Fair point.
You just show up at your house and kidnap you.
He said, "We're having an SEC meeting. I brought my equipment over, and we're going to do it in your living room. So can't get away with not being there."
I fear no man except him.
I fear. That's the one I fear.
He
What was
scares
the
me.
line from Usual Suspects? Keaton said the only person he was afraid of was God. He says, "Well, I believe in God, but the only person that scares me is Kaiser Soze."
Yeah. Solid callback to the plot twist episode. Talking about the usual suspects.
Usual Suspects, good show, good movie. Even if we're not supposed to be able to like it anymore, I still love that movie.
I mean, some people can separate the actor from the art.
The art was there. The art was good. I mean, I still listen to old Bill Cosby records. They were funny. They were good. They were insightful. You can't take that away from him, even though he's a terrible human being. We find out years and years later.
Well, I would take it back from you. I would be upset if you were listening to that record and then you decided to show up with like Jello pops for us. I would be like, okay, right,
Nah, sir.
nah, bro.
Unless it's having
Chocolate
authentic
cake.
lubes in them.
Delightly decline your Jello, sir.
Unless he's have authentic quaaludes in them, I'm passing.
It's in the sauce, my rib sauce. Everybody eats the ribs and falls asleep.
His one
That's
bit
just
about
good,
the
right?
chocolate cake. Do you remember that? Giving the kids chocolate cake for breakfast.
Mm-mm.
It's got milk in it. It's got eggs in it. It's perfect breakfast.
Oh man, yeah, it's part of our freedom of speech to put the word healthy next to this cake for breakfast. It's breakfast cake. God, man.
Yeah, it's called a muffin. That's what muffins are.
Yeah, it is just breakfast.
that's
cake.
what a muffin is.
It's breakfast cake. No,
It is
no.
breakfast cake.
I just choose to go to the bakery and get the big muffin that comes labeled as cake.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Coffee cake.
Blew my wife's mind when she like made pancakes one weekend, and she just like made a bunch of pancakes. And she's like, well, I don't know where to do all these pancakes. And just took out the plastic wrap and I just started wrapping them up and throw them in the freezer. She's like, what do you do? And I have just been unwrapping them and just making pancakes. Like I was not there to like make my daughter breakfast on Thursday. She's like, Daddy made me pancakes all day. She's like, how are you even making pancakes? Like, from the freezer. Look. Steam
Then you
them
put
up.
them in the
Like
microwave. and
Legos.
Yeah, you steam them in the microwave.
it's like, oh no, exactly what dozens of companies have figured out to do.
Yeah,
Lego my ego.
Yeah, it's perfectly easy to do. You know,
Pop it in. They're small enough.
Barely
Pop
you
it in the toaster.
yep, barely an inconvenience. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I like to make quick breakfasts. Well, I actually make quick foods. I like making quick food, quick, easy foods.
Or food you can set it and forget.
Yeah, set it, forget. That's why I really like. I got my pressure cooker. My Instapot. I just gotta figure out how to use it correctly, and then it's
Instapots are nice. I make was it lasagna soup in my Instapot?
That sounds awful.
Awful.
That sounds
Lasagna
awful.
soup?
Yeah, that sounds like you got
Lasagna.
soggy ricotta noodles.
No, the ricotta you put in after.
Oh, okay. I'm just like,
You add the ricotta afterwards.
This is gross.
Sorry, like in my head, I'm just thinking this
Why are
soggy
these noodles in here? These noodles are overcooked as hell.
I'm just
No, the noodles are perfectly cooked. That's the thing. The Instapot, 3 minutes on high on that thing. Done. Takes like 5 minutes to warm up, but still.
Reno, I think your cam is frozen again.
Oh, probably.
What I was getting into is like someone showed me like the Instapot, the as we get into food, the Instapot egg rack, so you could put in a whole dozen of eggs and boil them in a few minutes. You know, it's because I've got the little egg machine that you sit there and you make some boiled egg with it. You know, and I was talking about at work how I keep doing this all the time, 'cause all the eggs and stuff I eat, and they're like, "I'll just use your Instapot." I'm like, "What?"
I was like, you can do that?
I got the link. It's like, so I'm probably going to end up buying that. And
Oh, God. It was like, yeah,
Yeah.
I ate a dozen eggs today. What do you mean? I just threw them in the thing. I didn't even think about it.
well, it's I thought about going with that new political strategy, the Gastonian. So you act like Gaston. One, women shouldn't read. Two, you need to eat eggs for breakfast.
Nobody wins elections like Gaston.
Harvest ballots like Gaston. No, but
Jesus.
what?
Is it not? See,
Oh,
I
man.
haven't heard of that.
Yeah. Let's see. Aiden Paladin posted something about it like later this week. Yeah. So, yeah. Yes, I follow her on Twitter. Okay.
No one's judging you, Harry.
Follow on Instagram too. She had one.
No one's judging you, Harry. Just because you follow her on Doja.
Yeah.
I was judging slightly, but you know.
All right. We need to start getting into our more of our honorable mentions. So let's go. I've got I thought about like we could probably jump into like each person goes through things like that. So I figured we just go like three? Should we do like three at a time, or should we just go through their list? And sir, whittle that down. You get 9.
Trust me, I will.
You get
I
9.
will I will it down.
You get 9.
I just say we just do 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and just cycle through so everybody's talking and having a good time.
No. See, that way
That won't check out for 20 minutes.
Paul will feel like he gets a turn, and I don't want that.
Yeah, I mean that's valid.
No, he gets to just he just gets to judge us without having to worry about anything coming back on him.
Maybe we should have just
What's in your list?
gave him a trash paddle. Good trash paddle. It's like, that's trash.
He's like, oh, everything on this list is trash.
Why? You watch a lot of trash. Right then, we can do the 1, 1, 1, 1, 1B, 1, 1, 1 thing. That'd be fine.
All right. You want to go first then, Harry?
No,
No.
you go first.
Still trying to get my list because I forgot it.
I forgot it at home.
Yeah, sitting on my computer desk. It really
Fine,
sucks.
I will.
You made a list?
I sure did.
I will go first.
Okay.
Made in Abyss.
Okay.
At least we're starting out impactful.
Made in Abyss is an anime, in my opinion, has some of the best world building, lore building in like anime in general. Because the whole premise is that this island is in the middle of this island is basically a tunnel to the middle of the earth called the Abyss, and in this abyss is basically the city lives off of the abyss to live. But the further down in the abyss you go, the more insane creatures and anomalies that are in the abyss. But the point of the abyss is that it kind of has underwater effects. Like if you go up too fast, it's like the equivalent of the bins, but worse in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, basically to the point where you can't go up a 10-meter hill without feeling the crushing effects of this field that permeates it.
Yeah, so the supernatural field that permeates from the abyss is you're fine going down, but you have to slowly go up, or the pressure of it will do different aspects to your body. And the city basically has different levels of splunkers who did different color whistles that allowed them to go further down. And really early on, they established what the abyss can do to you if you go down or you go up too fast. So like if it's from like the first level back to the surface, you just kind of get sick. But the further down you go, you start getting more and more negative effects of, well, from the 4th level to the 3rd level, you get auditory and realistic hallucinations. So you can't tell what is real or not anymore.
Okay.
I believe it's the 6th level to the 5th level. You start bleeding out of every orifice if you go up too fast because it doesn't want you to escape. It's an abyss. It puts pulling you down. They don't want you to leave. And the amount of lore and the way they build this world of the abyss and how people try to live in it and how they learn to adapt. And with the characters that go down, it's also the mystery of one of the 2 main characters is this mechanical boy who they don't really know how he got formed or where he came from, but a lot of it points to him being from the bottom of the abyss. And nobody knows how he got up to the surface level if he was from the bottom of the abyss. And the other half of it is that the other main character, her mom, is one of the high tier splunkers, because the higher they are, they get like a white whistle that gives them full reign. And she's basically living at the bottom of the abyss, and she wants to go meet her mom. So it's one of those very interesting, well-written stories that's also uses its art style to its advantage. All the character designs are very cutesy and very, very inviting. You know, if you weren't paying attention, if I showed you like, oh, this is what this is, it looks kind of cutesy and cartoony. But when you start watching it and you realize that, oh, these people are literally putting their lives on the line to, you know, exist in this world. And some of the darker themes and choosing if it's better to let somebody live in a perpetual state of pain or put them out of their misery. And it's just it's very dark, and it touches on a lot of very powerful subjects, but the world building and the world itself is one of the best aspects of it.
So why was it not on your big list?
For me, even though I did enjoy the world building and stuff, for me it was too new, and it didn't have as much emotional connection to it. Didn't have enough impact for me to put it directly fully on the list.
Okay.
Thoughts, Paul?
No, I think you encapsulate it fairly well. I've not actually watched it myself, mostly because I've just not had the want to commit to another soul-crushing thing. And from everything I've heard, it will crush your soul, and you'll love every minute of it.
It is. When it came out as a show, the entire anime community just went like, yes. It was unanimously loved, unanimously praised, and almost everybody who watched it enjoyed it. Even if it wasn't their thing, they enjoyed it, and it became like this massive cultural phenomenon for like a year. And even though the most recent season came out, I haven't actually seen that season yet. I've heard amazing things about that as well.
Okay. So trash. Oh.
No. I wouldn't say trash at all.
Paul goes, Paul's like, this one is definitely not trash, actually.
Right home.
Do you have thoughts on that, Reinhold?
No, I mean, I don't think it sounds, good. I just don't know how to rank it in what the other things you've already talked about as far as that, because
it's fair.
Does it deserve to be in your top 9 though? Do you think?
Yeah, because I wasn't there when it first came out with all, I wasn't big into anime at the time when it first came out. When it was like in the cultural zeitgeist and one of those massive things that like became the anime community at that point. It just wasn't. It didn't have enough emotional impact or effectiveness on me to be on there.
So it wasn't as in life forming as it would have been if you had seen it when you were at a younger age, might have. had more of an impact on you.
Brian, do you want to go next, or you want me to go?
I can go next for basically the main one I wanted to do was didn't make the list, but should have probably was Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time's a series of books. It's one story. It's literally the longest story ever written by statistics, and I can even share out a statistic counter for you real quick. Hold on a second.
I do think that counter maybe has a blind spot or two called the fan fiction community.
True. That's the point. There's a point there. There is a fan fiction that has been going on since 2005. And it's still being updated and released.
All right, hold on a second.
That's true, because if you translate a One Piece just to like a novel, it'll probably just be like 100 pages. Oh.
Yeah, because nothing happens. Unless you notate every single Luffy stares at the screen. But we'll get to that.
You can't just put gum on one page.
Just go, no, just one whole page.
But sorry.
No share.
Ronald.
Break things.
You ready, Reinhold?
Breaks things?
Break
All
stuff.
right, okay. So basically the word comparison for books, right? So it's got The Hobbit, 95,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
The Silmarillion, or Silmarillion, however you say that.
Silmarillion?
Yeah.
130,000. Lord of the Rings, 480,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
War and Peace, 587,000 words.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The Bible, 783,000 words. Harry Potter has over 1 million words.
Oof.
A Song of Ice and Fire currently, and probably we'll never see anymore, has 1.7 million words. The Wheel of Time, 4,900,000 words.
So 4 Harry Potter series worth of words.
It's like 4. So everyone the
Man,
Ravenclaws
that's a
all
really long hero's journey. I mean, they didn't take that.
It is so it's literally more than just a hero's journey. It's
I know, I mean, man.
It's a triad, basically, a 3 heroes journey plus other side. There's how many? Let me see here. I got some stats here real quick. It was really
It's actually 7 heroes' journeys wearing a trench coat.
There's 147 unique point of views in the book. Right? 147. And the number of characters in here is a staggering number. It's named characters. It's just unbelievable. But
Ace wants to know about the Dune series.
The Dune series?
Yeah.
How many words was Dune?
Yeah. It's probably
here.
Less than a Harry Potter. That's our new metric.
181,000.
Yeah, so less than a Harry Potter. Wow, you put it that way.
Yeah, it's nearly 200,000 words.
That's sad when you go just like less than a Harry Potter.
Remember Harry Potter had 7 books, and they're not counting the freaking
that's true.
cursed child.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's just a terrible play.
So
I'm waiting for I'm waiting for I'm all in for the Harry Potter reboot. I think it's gonna be great. If I don't get a black Hermione, I'm gonna be upset. I'm just saying that right now.
The Wheel of Time encompasses 14 books plus a prequel.
So 15
that was written
books.
in the middle of the series. So it's 15 for the total plus 2 compendiums, which is, we don't need to count those, but it's just a massive epic story that is larger in scope than anything I can think anybody ever can imagine. It's huge. And the unfortunate part of it is that almost at the end of writing this series, after like 2 decades, the author was diagnosed with a blood disease that basically turned his blood to bone almost. He wouldn't be able to move. So they found somebody who was a similar writer, who was a fan of his and everything else, and brought him in and he sat down with him and talked with him for like however many months and went through all his notes and everything else so he could finish the series for him. So it's unfortunately that the author died before the final books came out, but still the fact that it was accomplished was incredible. So but you really get into the mind of these characters. You really get into the flaws that they have, because they're not they're not the there's a little bit of a problem with the books in the fact that what the author did, Robert Jordan did, was he wrote plot armor into the story.
Okay.
Kind of. So basically, the three main characters are what he called Taveran, which means that the idea is that the whole existence of the world is threads in a tapestry, and you can pull threads and move threads, and they all interact with each other inside the tapestry. Well, the Taveran, the people who are born with this power, kind of warp the threads around them, but it's not always good. Like they leave huge changes inside the tapestry just by them being nearby certain things. Like one day this one guy goes into a town and all of a sudden there's a huge number of weddings come out of it, and then he'll go to another town and a bunch of people will die of the plague or something like that. So it's just him being there is causing all of this change around him, but it also kind of helps him get out of some troubles that he may not necessarily have gotten out of without the help of the Taveranness, as it were.
The get out of jail free card, I see.
Sort of, yeah. But you got to remember that the main character, the very main character who's considered a Dragon Reborn, is prophesied to die at the end of the books. So
yeah, Tucker dies at the end. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least he died, but it's also that kind of thing of, if he dies at the end, then it just means anytime he's in trouble, it's like, well, this isn't what the prophecy said, so he's not going to die here.
Yeah, well, the prophecy is very, as most prophecies are, very vague, but they do fill in. He does a lot of prophecies in the book, and he comes back to them and fulfills them in certain ways, and it's just not the ways you expect, right? So that's the fun part of doing that. So
movie called
but the great thing about it too, a lot of people may not realize, is it's not written in Middle Earth or the Dark Ages or anything like that in our past. This is literally thousands of years in the future.
Right.
There's at one point they're going to a museum and they talk about this little thing that they found that they're showing in the museum, and it's a circle with 3 points in it, and the way it's described, you realize after a few minutes he's describing Mercedes-Benz emblem.
Yeah.
So there's stuff like that in there through all the books. It's very fun. What really grabbed me about the books, though, is I was trying to find something to read. I ran across the 5th book in the bookstore, and I thought, well, let me try the first one in the series. I don't want to just start off with this one. And I read the prologue to this book, and the prologue had me hooked. It was amazing, and everybody else who has been a fan of this story has, because of the books, not the TV show, but because of the books, has said that prologue is what got them hooked into the book. So, if you're ever thinking about it, just go read the prologue of that book. You can probably find it online somewhere or something. It's amazing. There was actually a movie made of the prologue, because the company that owned the rights to the story, the media rights to the story, was getting ready to lose it. So they put together this thrown together piece of junk. I will say it that way. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen of the prologue, almost word for word, but it's just so badly done. And it had Billy Zane playing Asmodeus in this thing, the main antagonist. And he does kind of a good job part of the way. You can see he's like at least trying a little bit from time to time,
Mhm.
and then sometimes he just could give a rat's ass. But the everything else about it is so terrible. And you can see this online. It is so bad. But no, just reading that prologue, um, it's just so amazing to read.
Yeah.
So
So why didn't it make your list, Reinhold?
just the fact that story, since I had to read it over, I started reading it when I was like 23, 22, 23. And I just, finished it like in my 40s. So at like 20 some years of reading the story in my head, always thinking about it and the lessons learned from it. And there's a lot of things that come up and make you think about things, because there's so many things it's so large that a lot of different things can be talked about or brought up about it. So there's a lot of impact in there for when I run into a situation in life where I go, oh yeah, I can think about how it was handled there or something like that. It just, it kind of informs a lot of the background of my life, just because I was reading it for so long.
Well, that's a great set of reasons to include it. So how did it fall short
Right.
of the top 9?
Probably because I started reading it in my 20s. If I had started reading it in my teens, early teens or something, that would have been different. Because if you look at some of the ones that are in my top 9, they're going to be things that I read early on, like the Charlie Chaplin stuff. I saw that when I was a kid. The one I'm going to be doing as my final is something that basically changed my mind on reality when I was probably 11 years old, or that age somewhere. So those things had a huge impact. This is one that could have been included easily. It just, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't think about it at the time I was putting the 9 together. It didn't hit me for some reason.
So very close razor edge photo
Oh,
finish. Yeah.
Could very well have been on the 9. I could see myself taking one or two of them off and putting this one on if I had thought about it a
Had
little
more
bit
time.
deeper.
Yeah. All right. So for mine, I'm going to mix it up and give you guys something really awesome. Something that you probably did not see on my list or see it coming. It's going to be G Gundam.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
I know.
The meme.
A mech anime for me, right? But I enjoyed G Gundam. G Gundam, as you guys know, is like usually it's these mecha suits filing into war, something like that. But G Gundam was different. G Gundam was more Gundam meets Street Fighter. You could tell that when this one came out, Street Fighter was huge. Everyone loved Street Fighter, and they were like, "Hey, make Gundam do that." And they're like, "Okay."
It was that racist caricatures.
There was no racist.
You are lying. You
There are
lying through your
no
teeth.
racist
Why does the Mexican man have a sombrero, Harry? Why does the
characters.
Mexican Gundam
There,
have
there
a
may be
sombrero?
racist Gundams, but there are no racist characters.
Why is the Asian one a ninja?
Oh, it's Asian. The German is the ninja. The German guy is the ninja. See, you're wrong. Yeah. But it was a great. I think it gets a lot of hate because of the animation style of it, the
Oh, yes,
problematic Gundams, some of it.
Understatement. Getting ultimate muscle levels.
But it did have. But to me, it had a great story it wanted to tell in its own and its fashion and everything it wanted to go to. Basically, it's a quick like the too long did not watch because most of you guys are probably never going to watch this show. It's just the story about the Earth that was basically just being polluted by humanity, and humanity decided to discard and go out to outer space while the Earth heals. But all the countries of the world, in order to figure out who's the ruler of the country, who rules all the countries sitting in outer space, they would have a not a small war, but battles on Earth. They would have each country would build a Gundam, and they would fight it out, and the winner of the Gundam tournament is the ruler of the realm for a term. So it's so that's that's going on in the backdrop. The other backdrop, there's some evil Gundam out there that is it's attacking people, but there's spoilers on it. Like it's got some, but none of you guys are gonna watch it. Like it's but because to me it is, I've watched this thing probably like 5+ times. I actually own it on DVD. I love this thing. I watch it a bunch. Because I also like Street Fighter, but I love Gundam. It's I like the attacks. I like
so G Gundam should be called Shonen Gundam.
it's
Is what you're
basic,
saying?
yeah,
Because it's a tournament arc. That's all it
yeah,
is.
it is.
It's a giant
Several
tournament
tournaments,
arc.
several tournaments actually,
It's a
several
giant
tournaments,
tournament arc.
arcs.
And then the big villain reveals himself, and they have to join forces in order to.
Oh, the most shonen thing ever. The main villain is the main hero's master.
And he's known as M. Bison.
Master Asia, actually. The undefeated of the East. Okay. All right. He uses his weapon is a ribbon. Yeah, he's just a ribbon.
Okay.
He attacks you with a ribbon. It's great. It's awesome.
I often find myself questioning Harry's judgment.
All right, give me 5 episodes and you will fall in love.
How many episodes total? Because I know that if I start it, I'm going to finish it because that's just what I do.
25.
You have to watch it. You have to watch
20 minutes
1/5.
apiece.
I want you to watch 1/5 of it. Give me 5 episodes. He's like, here,
no.
hold this controller. It'll make you feel better.
Yeah. You hold the controller. Oh man.
Don't you little brother me.
No, don't worry. It's not Mad Cats. It's the knockoff Mad Cats. It's even better.
This controller isn't even plugged in. But he made me feel like I was included.
Man,
Reinhold wouldn't know
yeah.
anything about that. She didn't include him.
Yeah, but I enjoyed it. The storylines, because like Domo Kashu goes to Earth looking for his brother who stole the Dark Gundam, which in the American version is Dark Gundam, in the Japanese version it's the Devil Gundam, and he's got the God Gundam.
Dragon Ball. God damn it!
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, Ace
accurate.
hits it right on the head with the Dragon Ball Gundam. Yeah, and everyone is saying, "Watch it, Paul. Do it.
Everyone. All of Ace.
25% of the audience says you should do this. But the thing is, I enjoyed the series, and I even, right, like strangely enough, okay, so like the end episode, right? The end episode when Domo finally defeats the God Gundam with his God's finger attack, right? That speech at the end is actually the same speech I used to propose to my wife. Because it's a beautiful speech, and I just said that, screw it, I'm doing it. I was like, come up with some words. I got some cool words.
I know what
These
I can
words
say.
are cool. Okay, all right. Something
That's terrible.
something wrong, producer Paul. It's not terrible, because it's like because he sits there and he's trying to get Rain out of the Dark Gundam, and he's sitting there and he just finally confesses his love to Rain. It just goes, he's like, I'm a fighter, and I'm ill at ease, and I only know how to fight. But he talks about like how when he's with her, he can do something else, and it's so beautiful. So yeah,
I cannot wait for the point in young Gunther's life where we can explain to her, you exist because of this racist ass anime. see See the one there with the sombrero? Well, when he gets his ass kicked,
That's what you have.
that led directly to you being born.
There's other things in the way. Okay. Other points, but it is a point on the map.
See, Paul, I thought you were going the opposite direction. I was like, I can't wait to the point in little Gunther's life when she gets proposed to with Konosuba quotes. I know you're trash, but
The deepest of concerns.
What? I thought it was a great series. I still do.
I mean,
it's kind of trash, but it's that good campy trash that only a true Gundam fan will love.
Reinhold, thoughts?
Have we established anything? You're a true Gundam fan.
I like my Gundam. I do like the Gundam. Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
of
go ahead.
course.
Yeah, fire away.
Is the rest of your honorable mentions all Gundam too?
First off, no, that's a racist question.
It isn't. I saw him. He had to rewrite it here, so I saw it. It's not all good.
Yeah.
He had to rewrite it. He forgot.
No, because like most of the Gundams are like I watched them, but they're not like they're nowhere near like I thought about for Gundam Zeta, but like Gundam Zeta is just sad. Okay, you don't even get the full punch of Gundam Zeta unless you've watched like Mobile Suit Gundam and then all the ones up through Gundam Zeta. But even Gundam Zeta has some has some moments. Yeah, as I'm trying to talk to these non-believers, they're trying to get them.
So why wasn't it on your 3x3?
Why it is good. I really wanted to make my 3x3 for stuff that I really think people should watch.
Okay.
Like,
So
it's
explain to
ass.
me how
It's ass, but I love
using
it.
that criteria.
Uh-huh.
Can we please review the other 8 that you have talked about?
What do you mean? You should watch those. You should watch
Paul,
those.
come on.
You should watch those.
Come on.
I figured Paul would go after, the one he was forced to watch.
Ghost in the Shell is perfectly fine. Ghost in the Shell is perfectly fine.
That Vincent made him watch.
Oh, well, no.
Oh,
Because I don't want to bury the lead on that one because you guys haven't talked about it yet.
No, the one I made. No, the other one I made you.
I
watch.
have
the
not
one
forced.
you purged from your mind.
I have not
Oh.
forced Paul to watch any Gundam.
Because we both know how that would go.
Yeah, it'd be you forcing him to get through Iron Blooded Orphans. That's what would happen.
And also, Reinhold, I have completely blotted that out of my
He
memory.
purged it out of his mind.
I'm trying to pull that process back in.
No, it is done. It was spoken about. You guys finally did the
I
episode.
established it was trash going in.
You didn't establish enough. Like, there is no amount of warning labels. Like, this will kill you and it will hurt the entire time.
Oh man, you guys are terrible. You guys are awful. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Next one up.
I guess we'll just go in the cycle like that.
Yeah.
Steins Gate
So-
0.
I've heard of that one.
I did the original Steins Gate on the 3x3.
Does that count?
That's why I heard.
It's a sequel and it's completely different.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, fine.
See, the thing about
You mean
Steins
it's
Gate
good?
0 is that while Steins Gate was like time travel and that kind of aspect of it, Steins Gate 0 is more about autonomy and establishing what is a consciousness and how far does being a person go? Because one of the main aspects of Steins Gate 0 is that it takes place after the original Steins Gate. And it establishes a character who passed away, And the main crux is that a person that they were working with had an AI named Amadeus based off of the person that died.
Just Rock Me
Yes.
Amadeus just flying
Yeah,
through
I
my
know.
head. I'm sorry.
I mean, the reason the person named it Amadeus is because they saw themselves as Salieri. So
Mhm. My brain, he says, my brain keeps changing the Stein and the Star. Yeah, yeah.
Stargate Zero.
Stargate Zero. Honestly, that studio taking on Stargate, let them like getting the license to redo Stargate. I think they would do a great job at it. But yeah, keep going.
But Amadeus had the consciousness of the person that passed before they met one of the main group of characters. So while the characters had
Christine.
memories and understanding of who Amadeus was before they passed, it changed. They are stuck with those memories while the AI has no idea who they are, and coming to terms with grief and having a person be able to look at a person that you cared about who's dead but doesn't know who you are, and are you willing to hold on to that to be the person, and how far are you willing to just let yourself get lost in the grief? And it has some very powerful moments.
Mhm.
The Mayuri Okabe scene.
Yeah.
Your eyes.
Yeah.
Why are they always so sad?
Oh man. That's
Yeah,
that
it's
was
right in the
rough.
feels.
It does. It's rough. Yeah, especially the that was rough. Especially when he does.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
They go through since it takes on a whole other idea of like autonomy and what makes a being, because finding out that things were made based off of the Amadeus AI, and that consciousness is basically created to be a new person, and does that new person technically be the old person? What makes them new is, but they have all the memories and consciousness of the original person. Are they still technically linked to the original person? And there's a lot of like extra philosophical. You can definitely feel a lot more of the Asimov-y kind of feeling about AI and technology in that one. And which surprisingly isn't going to be the only thing I talk about tonight that has an Asimov feel to it, because Paul knows the other ones I talk about. But I really enjoy it. I think it's a very good series, especially if you already watched the original Steins Gate. It massively helps in the narrative. It adds a lot to the story, and it gives you a fresh take on something that was already there. So if you like Steins Gate, you like the characters, now you have a way to enjoy these characters in a different light, in a different way. And while they're still the same ones and that you've grown close to, they're massively different because the things that you wanted, the things that happened before, aren't the same. Because I didn't want to put Steins Gate on the 3x3 twice, it did not make the list. I wasn't going to let Steins Gate take 2 slots on this list.
I just feel like they're like,
because nobody would do that. Just have the same show on the list 9 different times.
I just feel like Stargate Zero is the same show. I don't understand. Like, to me,
you've watched both of them.
I sure did.
And you know how Steins Gate Zero is way sadder and way more depressing. Steins Gate Zero hurts.
Yeah, just hurts.
It hurts. It hurts enough for me to remember moments and have scenes that I saw. Literally, I was so into it when I was watching it again. I was watching it before I went to work, and one of the really sad scenes about officially being a member, what I'm talking about, happened before I went to work. So it's like 6:30 in the morning, and I'm crying.
We get lost in the. Anyways, yeah. It's basically some of the very real future scientists predict we could see if technology advances right in anime form. Yeah.
I mean, depends.
Japanese. I really do like some of like the Japanese time travel stuff, because like the Steingate Zero is like stitched in a perfect moment,
Mhm.
and it just kind of fits. Kind of like the I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Returner, Japanese action movie Returner, where the spoiler, the Bane protagonist gets shot and should die at the end, but the girl in the time traveled to the point and put a piece of metal in his coat, but it's stitched in the show. Like there's one point in the show where she walks over by his coat and he's like, "What are you doing?" And she just says nothing and walks off, and you're just like, "What the heck's going on?" You don't think about it
Right.
for the whole movie. Then he puts the coat on and pow.
There it is. Yeah, it's very of its time. Like it came up 10 years after the original Steins Gate,
Mhm.
which also is crazy.
Didn't they also basically stitch the first episode of it onto the last episode during a set of reruns?
That remember when I talked about Steins Gate, when they re-released it when Steins Gate Zero came out, they changed the ending of the episode to lead into Steins Gate Zero instead, creating a different timeline and tangent where Steins Gate Zero happened.
Yeah, so it's possible that this was
exactly.
a possible
This
ending.
makes sense why this happened.
But still can go back to
Exactly.
and still go back and pick up the other guy. Oh, depending what timeline you want to be on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why Steins Gate's fun.
Yeah.
Thoughts, Reinhold? Do you have any thoughts?
No, I mean, I love the fact you said something about it being Asimovish.
Mm-hmm.
Since we, if you take a sneak peek to my next week's, my number one, you'll know that I applaud that. So.
Well, then you better not leave for the rest of this episode because there's something.
We're definitely talking about something else that's on that area too.
Something that I actually have input on.
I love good science fiction. I love hard science fiction. Science fiction that makes you think about the state of being, the state of man, that sort of thing. So that's definitely up my alley. So, as you will no doubt see soon.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely a lot of anime I think are up your alley, Reinhold. That if you had the time to watch it, you would.
I think, I have seen. So I remember seeing 3x3 Eyes. So, and I remember liking it. I couldn't tell you anything about it right now, but I do remember watching it and liking it. So, I think I remember saying, "This is like good anime." So,
here's like, I'll take this W. It's a W.
We'll take that. We take those.
Okay. Any thoughts, Paul?
Honestly, Steins Gate was never really one of those things that caught my eye as something I'd want to watch, and then hearing that it's emotionally damaging has limited my willingness to sit down alone. Because
hey, you want to force Paul to watch it with us?
No, no. It's fine. It's fine. Paul's fine.
You'll watch it.
So trash or not trash? Oh.
From everything I've heard, it's good. I just don't have firsthand experience to declare
of time travel or
time. I mean, from everything that you guys have talked about, it does time travel decently, like in a way that doesn't make me really hate it.
Like the other thing we talked about, it made you watch.
When we talk about real time travel, there's a movie I could talk about, but it's not related. So it's probably the best time travel movie ever made, but it's real hard science fiction time travel. It's very good.
All right, Reinhold, you're next.
So my next one on my list, I just kind of thought I'd throw on there. It's not much to say about it, so it's going to be a short little bit. But basically, I was a kid, and I used to watch a show or read books called Harold and the Purple Crayon. And I remember as a kid, I wanted to be an artist. So I did a lot of artwork stuff. And one of the things that got me kind of into thinking that, I believe, looking back, was this book, which was turned into some short cartoon videos that were shown on Captain Kangaroo and then on PBS and stuff. So I had completely forgotten about this book. As I grew up, right? So I remember probably I read this thing when I was like 6 or something like that, 5 or 6. So I didn't even think about it, how much of it impact it had until about 5 years ago. I was watching something and they mentioned Harold and the Purple Crayon, and a flood. I hadn't even thought. I'd forgotten that this thing ever existed. And the moment I remembered, I heard this and remembered it. A flood of emotion came in. Like I started bawling, just because it was like, oh my God, I can almost feel myself being 6 years old again. You know, it was such a powerful, just grab a hold of your emotion mind thing. So very primal. Not much I can really say about it other than it's just a cute little thing for kids, you know. But it was, you know, as wanting to be an artist when I was a kid, I kind of think that was part of what led me down that path. So
that's perfectly fine. I mean, it totally makes sense. I mean, even literally, like, what was it last week? We were just posting things that we remembered that when we nostalgia baited posted in KJ's thing.
Oh yeah.
We were just there's but a bunch of things that we all remembered and knew from like Big Comfy Couch.
Oh, Big Comfy. Oh, I used
turn to your microphone, talk to your mic.
And like Fraggle Rock and all that fun stuff.
I hate to admit that I have a huge crush on Luna. So. Comfy Couch, huge crush.
No, she's careful. She's Canadian.
Well,
apparently she can
also
handle
had
a
a
zombie
huge crush on.
too, so.
I also had a huge crush on Moose from. You can't do that on television too.
Yeah,
Christina Blade.
There's a season of Big Comfy Couch that she's not on because she was off because she was pregnant. Flipped me out. I was watching it with Gunther, and like you just start watching the series, and then one episode she's there, and then boop, what the heck happened? And it's just like you're like scrambling, and then a few episodes pass, and boop, she's back. It's like, what happened?
I was on vacation. Yeah.
No,
they
just kept saying the story. They just changed the actor out. Just kept going.
Well, geez, at least on Blue's Clues, they're like, Steve's going off to college, never to return. Left his house to his.
He came back.
Now he's in a tech.
Last year.
He came.
Did he come back last year?
Multiple. Yeah, he come back.
He came back years later after the now adults had to be like, where the fuck is Steve? I have this unresolved trauma.
Everyone's like, the actor who played Steve died of an OD.
He had to answer like, no, I was never addicted to heroin. It's like
that was the internet story. He died of an OD.
No, he left because he was going bald. That was the hilarious part.
Well, no, he left because he wanted to focus on his musical career. He was in a band. And that's the reason he cites, at least. But
I thought he was in the audition for Captain America. Who's going to get in there?
Yeah, the 90s Captain America.
Yeah.
When he rode on a motorcycle.
Chris Evans rode on a motorcycle once.
Few scenes, and then they
then he like threw it away.
Yeah, they throw it away. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, like kids media, there's a lot of those things you probably don't think about that affected you in a way that changed your viewpoint as a kid.
Yeah. I've got a few of those on my list too, like some things like my childhood that like really mess with me, or something you don't think about until someone puts it back in your face, like, oh crap, I remember this thing,
Right, like the only reason I remember James and the Giant Peach is because I had to do a diorama in school.
Good old James and the Giant Peach.
And stuff like, oh, the skeleton in the claymation movie was Jack Skellington. It was the same company that did it.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. A lot of people get when you get from the Skinnamarink, dinky dink, skimmy doo.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, what the heck? Looks like that earworm gets in their head. It's like, yeah, I got you now, didn't I?
That earworm is so powerful that something made like a horror movie called Skinnamarink.
Or like the lamb chop play along. This is the song.
Oh, God,
Everyone
I know. I'm gonna just stop. I'm gonna
On
just
and
stop.
on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that
Song that
Oh my God.
never ends.
ends.
All right, Harry, what's your next one on the list?
But you know where I heard that at first?
Where?
Wasn't from there. I heard that on what was the name of the Meatballs? The movie Meatballs.
This all right. So there's one time I was singing that song. I think I was up for about gotta be like a good day. I was driving through out the mountains, high on caffeine, wanting to go to bed, but I can't. I'm driving, got all these people in the car.
Was this the road trip where you took a wrong
Oh, yeah,
turn?
we ended up in Baltimore.
yeah,
No, Boston.
yeah.
We were
Boston.
going to Boston.
Boston.
We ended up in Boston.
Maybe I don't remember. Anyways, so to keep myself awake, I just started just belting at the top of my lungs. This is the song.
Terrible.
Just goes on. Yeah. We'll just say like about 30 minutes into it, they're like, we should stop. Couldn't imagine if I got pulled over. The cop was like, "Do you know what this is? The song that never ends."
It's like, step out of the car, sir.
Just keep singing. Da, da, da.
Like, sir, I'm gonna need you to step out.
Getting your ass beat to the song that never ends.
It's like, if I stop singing, I'll fall asleep. I can't.
I'll stop beating you when the song's over. But one thing you go to, if you didn't get us one dance at a certain type of club, you might want to pick that song as the one for the dance.
Get to the drunk tank, and then you start singing in there with the drunk tank, and all the drunks singing along with you.
Do it in rounds.
That'd be great.
That's how you get the police to beat everybody. At the
Start
drunk tank.
beating everybody. All
Yeah,
right.
we did it 3 rounds.
All right. So why was the purple crayon not on your list, right? Hold.
Because it's not really media that I would say, hey, go out and read the books or watch the cartoon or something like that. It's more just a visceral moment that was specific to me in an instance that I had because of me forgetting it for so long and then having it flood back a bunch of memories. So I didn't really think, I think to include it on the top 9 thing.
Yeah,
That's
and
fair.
I think there's a good argument if you forget about it for decades.
It was a
pretty
kids. It
easy.
was a kids thing, right? I mean, it's not
Right,
like,
but it's still like, yeah, it shaped you, but it wasn't in the foreground. So
yeah.
I was
It's like one of those things that when you're a kid, there's a lot of things that happen when you're kids that you don't remember that are very impactful to you, and that just happened to be one of the things, right, for me. So
That's right. I really expected like right how to say instead of saying like show is going to say moving pictures. Okay, personally.
The talkies.
The
Actually.
talkies.
Actually.
Talkies.
I mean, you gotta remember one of my 9s was a silent movie. So
Yeah. All right. So this anime on my list, I have to just completely different. I know. I'm gonna go to something different, change everything up. I'm gonna go with Yami no Isui, aka Descendants of Darkness.
And where does that fall in the Gundam line?
It's not a Gundam, actually. This is not a Gundam.
What?
This is
you
not
know
a
what?
Gundam.
Can we just talk about the Gundam? Can we go back to the Gundam?
Why? No. What's wrong with this one?
Do you want to break down the genres that this is in?
What, the Gundam or this one?
This one.
What do you mean what this one is in? Did you just look it up what it is?
No, you've tried to. No.
This one
Is
has
he
a
pulling a fast one on you?
No, I'm not. No, this one has a reputation of, how can I put this? Well, I don't know, being good. So it's a great show about like these 2 detectives. They are spirit detectives, so they work for the Judgment Bureau, and they help judge this the spirits when they die and where they go, and they're detectives that help them if something people get stuck in the process. They either get something holds them on earth, or they don't want to go. These Shinigamis, or these agents, go to Earth and they make sure people move on to the afterlife. This is what the whole thing is about. Now, that's the overarching thing. That's the thing. But there's other things going on. Like there's a villain out there, and he keeps poking at the detectives because he wants something from them. They want something from the main guy of who he is. Okay, it's R.I.P.D. before R.I.P.D. and it's better because the two detectives, they start they hate each other, dislike each other. Then they move into like a casual like. They become like almost like best friends, and then they hint throughout the series of being like close to being romantically involved with each other. And it's like that with the main villain, with the doctor. He keeps trying to, he has like some passionately loves the main character because he wants something from him, so he kind of like falls into this sick twisted love with the main character. But like there's all these other plots, but there's like but it's what it is there's so many guy friendship, a lot of guy best friends in this thing. That's what I also like about this. So
almost roommates,
guy best friends, the whole thing. Like the main manager, like he's very protective of the main character because like this is like he trained them, and so he's really protective of it. What's up,
Would Kid Rock watch this movie?
Kid Rock 2020, no. Kid Rock 2005, yes.
I'll say the movie R.I.P.D. was one of my wife's favorites, and she ended up watching R.I.P.D. 2 the other day too. So,
how is R.I.P.D. 2? Is that trash?
It's okay. It's not got the two actors in it that she wants, but she said it was funny.
Well, like if she likes that, like hand her like a copy of Descendants of Darkness. See if she likes that. If she likes anime.
Oh, the stuff that she's been watching on I don't even want to. She just watches the random stuff on Netflix now that's all weird sci-fi stuff that's beyond me even understanding half of it. So.
Yeah. Well, like I like the show. I like the Yami OC because it was my first. How can I put it? Like it helped me dip the toe into like the genre of man love stuff like that. Before it was like, oh, I can't look at this. This is wrong. Oh, get that yaoi powder away from me. But this was like, this is not that bad. I enjoyed this story.
Right.
Because while the man stuff wasn't like overbearing on it, like, but they'd also made it part of the story of it. Like and it, I don't know, it really pulled to me like when you watched how these two best friends get through their day and through all the things like that. The bestest of friends. Okay, a lot of friendship.
Yaoi is fine. I mean, it's
it's not technically yaoi though. It's guy love.
That's what.
Which is not yaoi. Okay, there's no sex. There's no sex.
There's no sex.
Yaoi. There's no sex in it whatsoever. There's no. Okay,
and there isn't in most Yuri animations either.
No,
but no, the main reason I repelled at the mention of this, not because of that, but because of the few clips that you have shown me.
What?
The acting doesn't carry for me. It's a very dated product of its time animation.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I've got the mangas if you
No, thank you. I cannot. There's something about the pacing of most manga that just doesn't work with the way I want to read.
Because Sailor Moon too.
Again, same problem. I don't like the pacing of most manga.
Paul likes the moving pictures, the movie talkie pictures.
Mm-hmm. Just
it keeps my ADHD at bay.
Yeah, just flip the pages. But yeah. So Yami Uetsui, that was a good book because like it opened me up to like a whole new genre of things.
Just fair.
Dipped my toe in. I was like, this is perfectly fine. I'm acceptable. I'm fine with what reading.
Right. It's always great to get something that breaks the stigma that's around something.
Yeah.
When all you see is like, oh, everything is this way, and then you get a taste that isn't that. And changes.
Yeah. Because I didn't know what it was when it first came out. It just popped up. It's a Descendants of Darkness, like that. And next thing, and it was like, oh. I'm invested.
Was it another mystery VHS at Best Buy?
No. It was a bored afternoon Comcast. It was like the early on demand stuff. You could click on their on demand like anime section, like through the little menu. It was sitting there like, what the heck is this? Yamen no Sun Decadence of something darkness. I don't know. I'll try this out. I don't know what it was. And I went to my friend and I told her, I was like, I'm watching this. And she just looked at me. It's like, do you know what you're watching? It's like, no, this is so cool. And she's like, well, I've got all of that. It's like, you have this? It's like, yeah.
You're like, oh, let's go.
Yeah. And then, and that's was like, oh.
Right.
Now I know what I'm watching. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Any thoughts, Reinhold?
No, I mean it sounds interesting. I mean, like I said, the RAPD part of it. I mean, it sounds like something that at least my wife would like. I don't know if I would, but I'm sure she would like it. I kind of like that movie though. I mean, it's not too bad. So that premise is a good one to try out, and I am not turned off by guy love stuff. So
exactly. Yeah,
that doesn't bother me as long as it's a good. If it's a good story, as long as it's good character development and interactions, I don't care about any of that stuff. So
there's even like some like there's some things on it that you don't notice until like they really like it took me a while. Like I didn't notice something until like they pointed it out. I forget which chapter on it is. The main character wears his watch on the wrong hand. And it's just something you just don't think about that, right? You don't think about that. It's like, when someone like he takes his, it's like, why he wears his watch on the wrong hand. It's just like, what? You go through the back of the books, like, oh my God, it's on the opposite hand. Yeah. It's because like he attempted to commit suicide. So there's marks right there where that, and then he uses the watch to cover it up.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
What was it on your 3x3?
Why it wasn't? Because it's a genre that is not most people cup of tea. Like I said, I was trying to make my 3x3 something I wanted everybody to like to watch or be comfortable watching, and this one, just like Paul, it is dated. If you're not into like these retro animes, and especially if the dub is atrocious, stay away from the dub. Stay away from the dub, unless you're into the camp dub stuff from that era. Stay away from the dub. It's got his moments, but like Dr. Meraki and the dub, great. But that's
everyone else.
Everyone else, no,
not so much.
No. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
trash, not trash.
Maybe it's something I would have to go through and watch the original
context
subtitled audio track. You've only ever linked to dub clips for my particular can't stand subtitlesness. You've done that, and maybe that was the wrong choice.
Fair enough. So going off what Reinhold said about trash sci-fi, he doesn't understand. It's a manga called Quayla the Purple.
Quaaludes on purples.
It's the only manga I've ever read where I dissociated after I was done reading it. Because I was trying to comprehend what the fuck I just read. So the premise is one of the characters sees every human as a robot.
Okay. I do that in VR chat.
But so she sees every human as a robot, and she makes a friend, and this friend is really cool. And this other girl tells her not to be friends with the girl that sees everybody as a robot. And when the serial killer comes out and kidnaps the normal person, the girl who sees everybody as a robot shows up with a bunch of like gunpla that come to life and fight the serial killer for her. And the main character has their hand cut off. So she takes the cell phone and attaches it and makes it her hand. You see, to her, everyone is robots. The girl that told her not to be friends with her fell off of a jungle gym that collapsed and got impaled on the jungle gym. She rebuilt her with jungle gym parts. Because to her reality is that everybody is a robot. And if she knows how to repair them, she can. And at first you're like, oh, well, that's super weird and fucked up. And then it just starts to spiral even further out of control. When
reality.
the government organization sees that this girl has very interesting abilities and they recruit her, and then she dies. And the main character, who has the hand as a cell phone, starts hearing voices. And turns out she can talk to herself in other realities. So she transfers her consciousness to a different reality before the girl died and tried to change it. And it starts to become this existential crisis where she starts becoming people that she was related to. She becomes her own mom and becomes her mom's mom and becomes her mom's mom's mom, and it goes up the bloodline and then back down to be the parent of the girl that died to try to prevent her from dying and can't.
Oh, wow.
And then eventually, like, I realized something. Time exists at all times at the same time. So at one point, she contacts a little child version of herself and gives it superpowers, because in one reality, she was a magical girl. And I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, what is happening? None of this makes any sense. When they go, oh, time happens all at the same time, so it doesn't matter what time is. So everything just happens. And eventually she goes through enough ridiculous time shit where she creates like singularity and basically becomes nothing and is the narrator and is narrating things. And the girl who sees everybody as robots lives because she created singularity. She's just talking to the narrator and pulls her out of being a narration and brings her back to reality. And I was like, what is happening? And so I like finishing this manga. I'm just like, I don't understand the world right now. I don't understand where any of this is coming. Like they try to explain it as, you know, reality is based on your perspective, and because of each person's reality is different, you can change things based on that. I'm just like, I don't know what's happening.
We were working at the same place when you read this, and I remember
me having a breakdown of confusion. Yes,
that was a weird couple of lunch breaks. Had to really work to pull you back into a mental state where you were worth a shit.
And you can see, like, it's one of those things that I've never read anything like it, because it feels so extreme and out there. When they start philosophizing about what is real and that time doesn't actually exist. And then there's a point where you see her standing with all the other versions of her that happened in the narrative. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I feel like it's so distinct that I vividly remember. I haven't read it since then, and I was able to pull exact moments out of my head on the moment to tell you guys about it. Because that's how absurdly ridiculous it is. The fact that she went up her family tree to go back down the family tree to be related to her to prevent her from dying is the most insane shit I have ever heard in my entire life.
And then for that to not work.
Right, exactly. And for that
It's like,
not to be the end.
We need more. What else can we do? Like,
It's called paradox.
Basically. So yeah, it definitely wasn't on my 3x3 because while it did affect my life, it affected my life in a negative manner.
that right there is psychic damage. This is a mind trap put there for your eyes to trigger.
God, when she put the girl back together from the jungle gym pieces is just so insane.
Friends with her. She put me back together with jungle gym parts.
Yes. Yeah, it's
No, not that one. That one's rusted. You'll be fine.
Reinhold, thoughts? Any thoughts at all?
It sounds familiar to me. That's the weird thing.
That's weird.
I don't know why. I mean, it sounds like something I might have read at some point. Is another not like the exact story, but
right.
Similar to that.
No, secret weeb Reinhold over here reading.
Oh,
no, as I read a lot of short stories, right?
Mhm.
So I don't know if maybe it was something I used to read, like Asimov's science fiction magazine.
Mhm.
I had a subscription to that. I'd read it every week, every month. So maybe it was from something from one of those stories, as I can think of. I just can't explain why, but when you're talking about it, I'm like, I remember a story like this at some point, and I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, you never know, Reinhold. Maybe you went back to a different version of yourself and read it.
That's
You just didn't
Maybe.
know.
Or
God,
since
what didn't
time
you say?
is
What didn't you say?
this time doesn't really exist. They're all the different versions of Reinhold have read
Abacabro.
different things.
Abacabro says, I read a lot of short stories too, really short, about 30 pages or so. Come in nice little searchable 6-digit lookups.
God damn it.
Okay, enough of that. Moving right along.
Reinhold, you want to do your next one?
Oh, no.
My next one is going to be the Marx Brothers. I don't know if I need to explain why. But
Because you're a communist.
I'll add another commie sus point to Reinhold's song.
sure.
Enjoys Marx. All three of them.
No,
That's-
no,
no, actually.
5 of them.
5. That's 2 extra marks against you.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, there were at least 5 Marx Brothers. I'm trying to think if there was a 6th. I can't remember, but
Oh, their poor
I really-
mother.
yeah, and it's funny because
you know that they all ate equally.
they actually all kind of do look alike when they were younger too, so it was kind of fun. But if you, I read the basically the biography of the brothers, and it was just their growing up story is amazing. But they were just hilarious. I mean, I guess it was kind of the first time when I was watching movies or watching TV shows on as a kid, and it came on.
Mhm.
When the Marx Brothers movies came on, and I was just like, this is funnier than anything I've ever seen in my life. So, it was just witty. It's really witty, and timing. You get a sense of the timing and the musicality and the stuff that's going on there. It always enthralled me to watch a Marx Brothers movie because it just seemed like a level above anything else that was even being made at the time I was watching it. So, know how else to explain that.
So why weren't they on your 3x3?
Probably just because I was trying for some variety and I didn't want to go Marx Brothers and Charlie Chaplin. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Paul, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, I already mocked it as much as I can.
Mark your calendar.
Marx Brothers is something where, like, even now you'll hear references to. It's such a foundational piece of media that it bubbles up, and I have a familiarity, even though I've never watched a single production of theirs.
Oh, you've got to see their movies. I'm sorry, but it's wrong if you haven't seen some of these movies.
Abacabro says, I like my political slogans like my women, annoying, covered in marks. Wow.
You are allowed to choose not to read what he types.
Terrible.
Abacabro says, that was kind of dark. See, he's learning. See?
Any thoughts on Marx Brothers?
I don't have any. Sorry.
That's fine.
Rhino's a dirty, stinking communist. And once I get my pilot license and my helicopter and my silk scarf, well,
All right, Harry. Then what is your next one? Then?
Sorry, Rhino. You understand.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, I just figured I get it, but it's like you had a better shot with Charlie Chaplin on the Marx thing. I didn't get the name thing.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true too. That's true too. Right. I was just like, I just think the timing. See, that's another reason. That's another point
You
there.
just missed the mark, Harry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's fine. That's fine. Oh, God damn it. Yeah. Mixed another one. That's why I gotta get the helicopter. Yeah. Next move I'm gonna do, I'm gonna break out of animation, go to modern Rush, because the media, some of the media that shaped me, some of it's not all anime. And one of mine ones, I'm gonna go with one. This one, which is different for me because this brought me into a complete different genre as well. This is Torchwood. This is a Doctor Who spinoff.
Mind you, Rhino, we do have a time limit. You guys can't talk about Torchwood for 2 hours. I'm just saying.
No, you understand real quick, just before we go too much further, my next one on the list was Doctor Who. So we can go ahead and talk about Torchwood and
We'll circle back.
get both of them out of it.
Yeah,
We'll circle back.
this is awesome. So Torchwood really got me into Doctor Who. Like, as a nerd, I understood who Doctor Who was, and I remember, like, I can watch episodes, but I wasn't like a fan of it. Like, I would watch it, I'd understand, but the series never grabbed me. But Torchwood put its hooks in me, and it got me. A lot of people wasn't a huge fan of Torchwood, but I was. I enjoyed the gritty nature of it. The granted, it was a little bit over sexualized, but I like the stories of it, like where like these things had real dark consequences, unlike the Doctor, who most of the times, most of the stories would, like, there were things that would happen, but like generally, like he would save the day, come back through and he saved the day. But here in the Torchwood, the effing gutter, like, nah, bro. It's like, yeah, we made it. Yeah, but we destroyed all these people's lives. Okay. This is Torchwood.
Well, it's not just that. The first story tying into the later follow-up story about that character at the end who was trying to bring back her sister and all kind, and then the story about the guy who lost his girlfriend and put her into a machine, and there was a lot of stuff going there, and you also can't not speak about the just raw magnetism of the lead character.
Oh, John Barrowman. Oh my God. Oh my God. John Barrowman has got me. Captain Jack Harkness. My captain.
The real reason he got into Descendants of Darkness.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Coat. Oh God, man. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's Captain Jack or John Barrowman has got me to watch. It's originally I got into the Arrowverse. Was Captain Jack. I thought the Arrowverse was trash. Then it was like John Barrowman.
Like, oh, well, I'm in.
Sign me up for the Arrowverse.
I've got a copy of Kinky Boots on my computer just because of that.
Yep. I got a copy of Kinky Boots too.
He goes, yeah, but keep it under my pillow because I can sleep.
Yeah, and Springtime for Hitler. Sorry, Springtime for in Germany.
Love that song. That is my favorite songs ever. The producers, oh my God.
Yeah, because have you ever seen it's even more funny because it is John Barrowman in that one though, like sitting there like with the blonde hair, sitting there springtime. God, like, yeah,
we're gonna go 3 hours on John Barrowman and Doctor Who and Torchwood, so just let you guys know.
Yeah, I did like in the episodes like of the showcasing, like because like all these people there, they all had they was working for Torchwood. They all had tragic past on how they even got to it, and then you had the one of the main characters, Gwen Cooper. She had like a basic, like boring life, right? And everything was going good for her. And the closer and the more she got in the Torchwood, the more crap her life got, and it, because it was just well, the nature of the job they're doing. Because basically what they were doing is they were taking alien artifacts that would round up in the city, right? Because of there's rift through time and space that goes to the center of the town, so things just end up there. But things are humanity's not supposed to have in the 21st century. So, like Brian was saying, like there was a knife, and the knife, if you stab somebody with it, they would come back to life for like 30 seconds and tell you what happened. But they don't understand that they're dying and they need to talk. Like,
right?
They attempted to solve murders with it. Like, hey, do you know who stabbed you? No. And would ask them question what you saw, and they're like, and then they would freak out. It's like, so what did you see? It's like, because what did you see? It's like nothing. Oh my God, there's nothing. It's like, oh my God, there's nothing. You can't let me. And they just die. And it's just like, oh God, that's dark. That's freaking dark.
Yeah. That was a glove, though. It wasn't a knife.
Oh yeah, the glove. Yeah, the
It was a
glove.
glove,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was a glove. Yeah. But the
But it
knife
was funny because
was the
they
glove,
had to decide whether or not to tell the person
Mhm.
anything, because they would spend the few minutes that they had, the short time period that they had to be alive again,
Mhm.
just freaking out.
Yeah.
So they're trying to like not say what's happening to the person and try to get the information from them before they let them know that, oh, you're dying, and and then ask them about what they saw. Somebody wanted to know what they saw, and he saw nothing and started freaking. It's incredible stuff going on. The characters are flawed, right?
Yes.
It's not your show where Doctor Who, love Doctor Who. I'll be talking about it later. But a lot of times the characters are just like perfect.
Mhm.
Yeah. Rory is, and
Perfect,
Amelia
perfect,
Pond.
yeah,
Love them.
Mhm.
They were
Perfect couple.
great, but they're also perfect.
Yeah, perfect. It's perfect.
No flaws at all. So these characters are flawed.
Yeah.
The one guy, I can't remember
What, Owen?
the guy's name. Owen, who I've seen do in movies since then, doing great in he's always this weird character.
Yeah.
But he was great in this show.
Mhm.
But he was flawed character. He was
yeah.
trying to abuse the artifacts for trying to pick up women and stuff.
Yeah.
It was just
but you find out just to fill this hole that's in all of it. They all over just filling this hole. Like I think there was the Darkos was like with Gwen had the stuff that would erase people's memories. She was just kept erasing her husband's memories. Just stuff would just bad happen, would just mess up, and it would just goes, you know what? I'm gonna erase your memory. I'm just gonna erase your memory. Just start over. We're gonna start over. And
when the other time cop came,
and
they had to think, that was such a great episode. That character was so good. Them two playing off each other.
So we get John Barrowman and James Masters.
Yes, yeah.
Make out session and fight scene.
So why wasn't it
just
on
incredible?
your 3x3?
Oh, it's too sexy. It's way too
Because
sexy.
if we don't, we have 2 hours to get through 6 more items of peace.
Dripping sex appeals. Because I made that one and I made a solid anime picture. That's what I wanted. And then when we pulled Reinhold into it and he went outside that, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'll go outside of it. That's why a lot of these like non-anime things are sitting in honorable mention, because like if I did a non-anime one, this one definitely would be on the list.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah.
That's Paul.
I'm going to use this for both Doctor Who and Torchwood. The only time I cared about that universe was when Tennant was the Doctor, and then I stopped tuning into the BBC. It just had no grab for me after that.
That's not what your search history says.
So you basically missed out on the best Doctor, and that's fine.
Not all of us had.
Whoa.
Not all of us bothered to go back to the old celluloid archives and pick.
So
that's what I'm talking about.
So Capaldi, right?
The best Doctor, Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
Hands down, no doubt. Anybody who tells you different doesn't know what they're talking about.
Hold up, Reinhold. We'll get to it. I still got one to do. You're doing Doctor Who next. We'll come to you. You could talk about Capaldi for
5
15
more
minutes. Jesus.
Oh man, and then Torchwood, right? Having the strength of character just to murder a main character at a season finale. And the gruesomest way.
No, they murdered the main character in the middle of the season.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah, middle of the season, main character. Yeah. Main
So
character.
it would have been on your 3x3 if it wasn't anime.
Oh yeah, it wasn't it? Yeah.
Solid.
Murdered someone you thought was going to be a main character first episode. It's like, this has got to be a main character. Oh, I know exactly. Like murdered. What is going on?
How they bringing him back? Oh, not.
That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
He's gone.
All right.
Or she. You can mean he or she.
Yeah.
So, my next thing, I'm gonna talk about it because I know the local degenerate is here, and he's in the chat. He's watching.
No, you don't. You can't copy me.
Murcielago.
I don't even know what that is.
Murcielago is one of the most degenerate
Check it, the Bible.
and violent things I've ever watched.
Do you have one close by?
The premise is the character Kuroko, who is a serial killer, a mass murderer, who has killed 715 people and is still sane. Like walking, talking, can interact, have normal conversations, rational thought. So the Japanese government decided, instead of executing her, because they were going to strap her to the electric chair, they're like, how about you work for this special organization we have where you can kill other fucked up serial killers for us? And it is some of the most gruesome, violent shit I have read. Because since she is a murderer who has no qualms of killing people if she has to or if she wants to, she just does it. And the other serial killers that she has to deal with are all very distinct in their awfulness. Like one of them was like cutting people's faces off because they like reminded him of his wife.
As one does.
Of course. So like the Japanese government basically puts her in under the care of this basically scientifically modified girl who reports to the government and who doesn't know her elbow from her asshole is innocent enough to not know the difference between almost anything. The reason it's so degenerate is the main character Kuroko is also a sex pest who has a tongue that reaches her own belly button. Yeah. Off out of frame, Harry just yells "What the F" from the background.
That sounds like I got somebody's attention on that one.
And she's also but she's also only after women, so she basically gets any woman that she wants, but also she has a girlfriend who is the daughter of a Yakuza boss who just lets her do it because that's just who she is. And it's so degenerate. There's so many weird moments that just happens. Like she's like trying to save a kidnapped girl, and the whole time she's flirting with the mom of this kidnapped girl. Because like the kidnapped girl was only kidnapped because the serial killer saw the little girl as the mom when the mom was a little girl, because the mom was nice to him one time, and he wanted the little girl to replace her. Yeah, it's very gruesome, very violent, and very messed up, and also, yeah, right. Here's just off camera, just peeking around the corner, like. That's messed up. That's messed up.
Yeah, so this is a series that I also had to hear about on lunch break and our breaks.
Yeah,
and quite frankly, I'm surprised that you had the gall to bring it up in public, but nobody was sitting near us.
Yeah, it was just you and me most of the time. But also, I knew that our local degenerate was in the chat today, and I wanted to talk about it because. Well, it would never be on my 3x3 because it's too gruesome. Some of the actual violent scenes that they show are disturbing. Literally, faces being cut off, people being melted, a cult that has a dying person sewed to the back of another person to keep them alive.
Yeah, so basically not at all family friendly entertainment that you would recommend anybody pick up ever.
No, but the degenerates like these here. Oh my god. Niece is like, it's whatever. I've banged out quicker ones with more degenerate material. It's
Faces of
terrible.
Death, you know. I mean, you're
Yeah.
probably banging off that.
I was seriously hoping that Harry was getting up to go get the Bible.
Me too. It was like,
As soon as you named which series it was,
Yeah.
it's like, no, we need that Bible. I'm not even a believer, but bring it in here. I feel
Yeah.
the need to
the
cleanse myself.
the way they have her figuring out some of the who did it and figuring out deducing where the murderer is and how they're doing it is actually really clever and well done, because since she has murdered people and knows tendencies of murderers, she kind of picks up on it. And there's a lot of interesting ones. Like there was a point where she gets invited to a party, and the only reason she went is because she knew that women were there and she wanted to sleep with them. And they basically get locked in because the guy who owned it wanted to kill everybody there as revenge because he didn't like them. And watches people get mercilessly slaughtered by bombs and traps and a maid that was definitely should not have been there. It's a terrible series. I wanted to talk about it because it did affect my life by me finding that it exists. I found the limit of how terrible something can be that I will continue to read it. Anything worse than this, I was like, no. I've put down things that are like a step higher in worseness. This is like my peak level of terrible.
Yeah. It gets into, from what you've described, realms of body horror and dismemberment that I'm just not willing to go to. I'm not squeamish, but man, the peeling off of faces, only a few things can get away with that, like llamas with hats or select things.
Yeah. Harry, thoughts?
Pretty out there.
He's just like, sauce.
First off, I did not ask for the sauce. I want that on the record.
He-
I did not ask for sauce.
He passed a note.
There's no notes.
Please provide the URL.
Reinhold?
Yeah, I mean, again, it sounds like something I've seen before. Not the girl on girl part, but just having
Definitely seen that
somebody
before.
who's a psychopath be out trying to find other killers. You know,
Right.
I think I've seen that before. So
I mean, that part is just Dexter.
Yeah.
This is
It's
sorta,
things that
yeah.
already happened.
This is Dexter meets like Saw meets Girls Gone Wild lesbian summer vacation.
let's not talk bad about Saw. That was the first Saw movie was a classic, a masterpiece. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, but then they kept making them, and and then they started just becoming trap horror gore fest.
Yeah. That's the other problem with like a John Wick. Now it's just like he's got like effing superpowers now. And then it's just like, okay, so was all this high table stuff going on in the first movie? What was all that in the first movie?
I don't know. I haven't watched them.
All right, Reinhold, it's all
I
you.
heard 4 was good. So
Oh yeah, I'm saying it's good. I'm just saying like it's like if Keanu doesn't look out, he's gonna be doing John Wick 10 just like Fast and the Furious, okay?
I mean, people go to see it.
I'm gonna go watch
He has
it.
to recover from the cyberpunk money that he invested. All right, Reinhold,
all right.
it's all you. Go for it.
On my list, just so that people can see that I actually have a list. And on the list next was Doctor Who.
Yeah.
I've got the documents right here, people.
I don't want anybody
Okay.
thinking that I was just like, oh, Harry mentioned Torchwood. I want to talk about Doctor Who. No. That was next on my list was Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Okay, there, Rush Limbaugh.
I remember very clearly
Mhm.
when I was probably 14.
Mhm.
We had I was switching around channels trying to find something to watch on a Saturday. because there was nothing on, and I wasn't really into some sports that were on or whatever. So I'm looking through the UHF channels trying to find, I find that there's some other stations that we didn't really know, because we had 3 stations growing up, right? And then we had we had PBS, and then Fox 59, which is the Fox channel, came out. So there were a couple on UHF. So I started looking around. I don't remember if it was the 20 or 30 or 40 or the Terre Haute station or something like that, but I flipped on this station, and all I saw was a guy. It was 2 guys. One guy standing. One guy had a hat on and had a long scarf, and they were behind a console. And the guy used his scarf to kind of distract a flying robot that was trying to shoot lasers at him. So they would go after the scarf, and then he jumped up and go, something like that. And I'm like, what the heck is this? This is like nothing I've seen before. So I immediately started watching this, and of course it was Tom Baker, Doctor Who. Oh my God. So I just every week I'm watching this show, because it was speaking to me in a way that nothing else around me had before, really, because I grew up in a small town. Nobody else cared about science fiction and stuff like that. So to see this on TV was just amazing to me. So started watching, checked out all the old ones, learned the lore. When I was in the Navy, I used to do role-playing games and board games and things like that. And I was in this board game shop once in Orlando, and I found the Doctor Who role-playing game. So this is big to me, the Doctor Who. So I was watching Doctor Who up until they canceled it on BBC. Because it was having trouble getting good ratings, and part of it was because of some things that weren't really, whatever. So they kind of canceled the show. They don't technically cancel it; they put it on hiatus. And then in the, was it the 90s, early 90s, they decided that they're going to do a pilot to bring Doctor Who to America. So they made a movie. And I found out about it, and I was in. I was watching this thing. I'm watching it, and I'm like, I'm kind of disappointed, because it was like the story wasn't bad, but they had to go out and get they had to try to Americanize it. It was so annoying what they did to some of the things in that movie. But it was still Doctor Who. And what I loved about it was that they start the movie showing the previous Doctor regenerating. They actually went out and got the actor, Sylvester McCoy, to come in and do the scene to regenerate, right? And I'm just like, oh my God, I love that. So the movie flops. They don't make this TV show, so you're thinking, whatever. Then you find out that they're bringing back Doctor Who, the BBC. It was like 2004, 2005. I can't remember. And I was like, I was literally downloading the video files and putting them on DVD so I didn't lose them.
It's like, not again.
Not again. I will admit that I was pirating that show. I freely admit it. Statute of limitations. I don't care.
You got a license for that?
I was sharing it to people. I was getting other people involved in it too. So, but no, I was hooked from the beginning on the new version. The Christopher Eccleston was great. I never really liked Rose much.
Wow.
I like her as a person. I just didn't. Anyway,
that's a hot.
That was just me.
Didn't like Rose.
That's a hot take.
Wow.
I just never liked Billie Piper. I mean, her character, I just didn't jive with me too much. But I was still in love with it because it's still Doctor Who and it's still good. Christopher Eccleston was eating up the scenery in that show. Yeah. And then they have him regenerate at the end of the first season, and I'm just mind blown. First of all, that they did that, and so then I had to try to get used to a new Doctor that quick, So it was just the show is just 80% good. Yeah. There's bad filler episodes. You're gonna find them that are just kind of like the one where the girl ends up into the pavement and she's in. I don't even want to talk about that one.
I like that.
But then you get shows like Blink, right? Don't Blink.
Yeah, don't
Oh
blink.
my god, it's just like scared everybody. It was so well done and freaky, and but then they got to, you know, one of my favorite characters. They did this character so well. It was a character named River Song,
Mm-hmm.
and you see her meeting a doctor, knowing who the doctor is, and the doctor not ever meeting her before. It's just like a weird reverse time thing.
Mm-hmm.
And her timeline was basically opposite of his as they meet. So they always meet out of sync and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just so interesting, the way they wrote that character. And she was awesome. Alex Kingston was just amazing in that role. But then when Matt Smith decides to move on,
Mm-hmm.
and they bring in this new doctor, and then I find out who the doctor is that they're going to get, and it's Peter Capaldi, who is one of my favorite actors to begin with.
Yes.
And he was perfect for what the role needed at the time,
Mm-hmm.
because they had a young guy and then had a young guy, and they were all happy-go-lucky, blah blah blah, and you didn't have any of the aged seriousness that the Doctor used to be, the original doctors.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes in and gives it a gravitas and a experience and a just an older version of the Doctor, basically, that was going through some things.
Mm-hmm.
And he killed it. There's one of his. There's two episodes. The first episode being the Zygon inversion, where he gives a speech about war that literally everybody should. It's like a masterclass, not only in acting but in why you shouldn't go to war. It's perfect. But to me, he did an episode after Clara dies that should have been nominated for every single award he could possibly have won. Where he's in a prison, he gets taken to like a prison, and he has to figure out what's going on, and his death is always on him, and he's by himself, which is weird for the Doctor because the Doctor usually has a companion to talk to, and that's how he explains things. Yep. So he's explaining it to the camera in a way that's just, the whole episode is wonderfully done, and the twist at the ends, where you find out, what you find out. I don't really want to spoil that one because it's so good. They build that so perfectly to where you realize it. You're like, oh shit, when you start hearing the numbers and stuff. So that's the best of Doctor Who, in my opinion. That episode right there was the pinnacle of everything they could ever have done. So
then the crappy
mind blowing
show up for Capaldi. He did get some crappy storylines for that.
He got some crappy, but what makes me mad is that they bring in the next Doctor, and I liked her a lot. I thought she was great as a Doctor. Her acting, her take on it, wonderful. Loved it. The stories were so bad,
the writing
that she was given, and it just is frustrating.
Yes,
the way Chris Chibnall went with it.
Right.
There's some great stuff in there. There's some good shows in there. The acting from all the characters was great.
Yeah, he wrote and Chibnall wrote some really good Torchwood episodes. I like some of the Torchwood episodes of Chibnall, but it was just like, what happened?
Yeah, well, I don't know what was going on there, and so
average Paladin player.
But now they're bringing Moffat back, coming back in to take over and rewrite the ship, I guess. So, and he had to do his little switch at the end that I don't know if you noticed. If you've seen the last episode of The Last Doctor,
no,
she generates
the last newest Doctor Who I watched had John Barrowman in it, and I stopped.
Yeah, he was in one with her too. So
yeah. I watched that episode, and then they kicked him out and won't bring him back to.
Well, what they did funny with her regeneration was they announced who the new Doctor was going to be. So then she goes to do her new regeneration, and you expect to see him pop up, and it's somebody you don't expect, and it is awesome.
So why wasn't it in your 3x3, Reinhold?
Partially, I just didn't think about it when I was trying to think of things to talk about for some reason. I think maybe because it's just too big that I thought everybody would know about Doctor Who. It's just it's a given. I would think, but maybe not. And so I just didn't put it in there. I didn't think to put it in there.
Yeah,
It's fair. I mean,
it's a lot of trash in it too.
I mean, I was
there's
a
episodes.
Doctor Who fan. I knew of it because I knew people that got into it because of Tennant.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's lots of those.
There's when Doctor Who is not on, it's kind of like, let's get over this episode. But when Doctor Who hits hard, the introduction of
the
Captain
continuity.
Jack, the introduction of Captain Jack. That episode was so good. and then when he
go to your room,
dies,
go to your room.
Yeah, when he dies and he's brought back in the way he was, it's just like, it's like, oh, he's alive. It's cool, but then you don't notice the ramifications of it till later when Torchwood comes along and you see you can't die. You just keep coming back.
Yeah, he's a fixed,
so that was good.
Fixed thing now. Yeah.
Well, and then they introduced. That was a funny thing too. Is like, wasn't the second episode of the series even before? This was like before, like five episodes before John Barrowman's on the show. They introduced a character called the Face of Bo.
Yes,
that's what they did there. Man, I tell you, that's when Doctor Who is on. It is on. There's some great stuff out there.
Paul, thoughts?
I am one of those dirty Tenet only watchers, and I feel no shame in it because
that's fair.
Like, honestly, I did not like the little bit of the person Matt that followed him.
Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt Smith didn't care for him. Felt that it leaned too much into the fans that were glomming on at the time, like, oh, let's quote the one thing. Oh, faces are cool, guys. Like,
okay, there was a lot of that.
Yeah, there was just too much lol random nonsense. And yeah, it just what appeal that was there for me quickly evaporated as we moved on.
Did you watch the movie? Did you watch the 50th anniversary special?
Which one was that? Was that the one where he's going up against the Master?
No. It's
like
John Hurt plays the War Doctor. It's about the war, the Time War.
No,
but it had Matt Smith. It had David Tennant. It had John Hurt. John fucking Hurt. Killing it as the Doctor. I mean,
yeah, John Hurt, but is he okay?
Oh my god! All right,
knew that was coming. Yeah.
There's a great interview that they did with David Tennant and Matt Smith, where Matt Smith is like, and we're sitting here, we're overacting, we're waving arms around, and we're doing our thing, we're trying to be big, and he raises his eyebrow and outclasses us just with that move. That's how great of an actor John Hurt was.
Yeah. That whole anniversary is just like, why can't can we just get 10 episodes of this? 10.
I just want this to be the new series.
4,
with John
4.
Hurt be there.
Give me 4.
And what really was interesting was when they did this anniversary series, they're trying to find ways to kind of gin up people wanting to watch it and do stuff in the lore. They brought back the Doctor from the movie that failed to let him have his regeneration on screen. And then when he shows up in that little, was it 8-minute little short that they did, in that 8 minutes, I was like, oh my God, I wanted 3-4 seasons of this easy. This was, he was awesome at that role as the Doctor. I'm like, where's this guy? Why didn't we have this? And then what's nice is that he has done a bunch of episodes on Big Fish Audio where you can go listen to some of his adventures. He's done bunches of them, and then they canonized all of it with that short.
Nice.
Because they mention all of his companions who are in the audio stuff.
Yeah. It goes, the intro music is the heartbeat of a Time Lord.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Do you hear four knocking? There's
So,
always four knocks.
The beats. So like so you may be like a tenant only. My wife is an Eccleston only.
Interesting.
Yeah, she really only really likes.
Oh, there was a
watching,
lot of people when
yeah.
Eccleston went, and they were like, "Who's this David Tennant?" You know, they couldn't stand him. I watched people reacting to Doctor Who over the years, and you see their first initial reaction always to the new Doctor is like, he's like, they're like, I just don't like this guy. He's not the same guy. I'm still missing the other one, you know. And it does take a Doctor usually a few episodes to kind of find the groove, you know. But I will tell you, Matt Smith and Alex Kingston. So when you saw the David Tennant one, you saw the River Song, it
was the library episode.
Libraries. So she comes back in Matt Smith's timeline several times, and that those episodes kill it. The character Rory, the character Amelia Pond, it's when they leave the show, there are people who are crying. As I was watching these reactions, literally just breaking down the way it was done. It's really good stuff. So I would recommend giving it some, you know, find a couple episodes that somebody recommends that are good and say, watch this one and just see if it clicks for you. Yeah. Like I would tell you right now, Peter Capaldi, watch the Zygon Invasion and Inversion. And then the Heaven Sent is the other one. You watch Heaven Sent, classic masterpiece. Yeah. Don't watch Hellbent because that was the downfall of everything. It's like as good as Heaven Sent was. Yeah, Hellbent was the opposite.
All right. What's next on your list?
Well, I figured I could go to a book. Really like books, so this book really got me into reading. This book series is the one that I don't like lit the fire in me that like actually made me like churn through books. Before I read books before this series, but I didn't chew through them.
See Spot Run, right?
Yeah. So this book series is called Animorphs. This is the book series that got me just to chew through books, just to pick up a book, chew through it, drop it down. That was on when that book series was coming out. I was on the like the bleeding edge, like just waiting for it to to come out. Like, oh, the book's coming out next month, and I was getting I'd run down to get it, and it was a very interesting series. It's the thing, it's a YA novel, but like I got most of the books from it still because the library branch Nora was getting rid of a bunch of them, and my friend picked up a bunch of them in a bag and gave it to me, and I'm sitting on my daughter's bookshelf right now. Okay, I can't wait to I want to share it with her, but I read a couple of this is dated as heck. But it's one of those things you hold. I just wanted to bring it to her and show it to her. Let's see here. Abracadabra is Paul being an American again. All right. And then I'm starting to think everyone else here is European because only Paul and I are killing a 2-liter right now.
Oh, it's a 2-liter. Oh, that's right.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Paul, no! Now you don't have any more.
Just go out to my car and grab another.
But wait, there's more. So.
Well, you just like in the middle of a gaming session, just go to the store and pick up some cigarettes and stuff, right?
Well, I had to empty it because I also have to pee. So.
Oh my God. No, so the Animorphs series is a series about 5 kids who take a shortcut through a construction site and end up meeting an alien and end up getting superpowers, or just basically alien technology that allows them to morph into different animals, and basically like anything that's organic that they can touch. So they could touch they could touch, absorb their DNA, and be able to turn into it. It's kind of loosey goosey.
You're saying there'd be some sort of animal morpher?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, they would morph. They would turn into animal into the morph. Yeah, which was neat. They could turn it into just about any animal they get their hands on and touch. Some of the limitations were that one, you'd have to touch it to absorb it, absorb the morph. Two, you had a 2-hour time limit. You have to be out in 2 hours. If you're not in 2 hours, you are stuck in morph forever. You are stuck, which does happen to one of them. One of them does get stuck in a morph. The other thing is that the animal instincts, depending on what animal you go into, you can get can take over. So something really happens. So like a couple of times where they've bumped into like some scavenger creatures and they run into like food on the ground, like just like a carcass, and just run up to and start eating it. Like, oh my god, what the F am I eating? And they've got like different rules of like no hive creatures because they all did like ants one time and it just really messed them all up. Yes, you can get it to small ants, but like the hive mind thing, they couldn't override. They barely got out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
So why wasn't it on your 3x3? Besides it being on the anime.
Yeah, it's one, I was just trying to make it not anime. This other one, this was more YA, so it's like really hard to get anyone into it. And then like they did have like a brief like Nickelodeon TV show, which was neat. It's the CGI on it is
dated.
Well, honestly, if you look at some of the Disney Plus MCU stuff that's coming out, honestly, it holds up. Honestly, like if you've seen She-Hulk, it holds up. Okay.
Oh my god.
I think some of it was also practical effects and prop work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like old Doctor Who. Yeah.
The old Doctor Who CGI makes me like, man, I bet I could just do this whole show again. Just
I can
like,
make that in my backyard for $20.
Yeah, I've got that budget.
They did make it in their backyard. That's the thing. A lot of stuff was made that way. You see aluminum foil wrapped around something.
It's bigger on the inside. Why? Because it's easier to build a set this way. That's why. Man.
Oh,
any thoughts on animals?
We're talking about animal. We're talking about your thing, but just a quick thing. The not documentary, it was a drama doc that they did about Doctor Who with the first Doctor. You should watch it. It's good. You should watch it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. YA. I mean, Harry Potter was YA, right? So it's like a lot of people put down YA once they get older and start reading more adult stuff. But it's like most of you got into reading through that stuff. You might want to just say, hey, that stuff's important to be good. Like you have to find good YA out there to get kids involved in so that they will want to read it and advance on to more adult stuff later on, right? So I went a different route, and I'll be explaining that next week, or on the next episode or whatever. Monday.
Well, I think
unless something comes up.
Maybe in the future we do a episode on defending the young adult, air quotes around that demographic target, and discussing why you shouldn't give up on the things that are fun and make you want to actually read them, or else you become like Spangle.
And defending YAs, I mean, like the Hunger Games series is actually a really interesting series that people enjoy. The spinoffs were the trash ones,
right?
The things that were trying to capture that lightning.
But like, yeah, sure, it's targeted towards young adults. It doesn't mean that it's any less enthralling or hard hitting.
Well, the problem is that there's a lot of bad YA out there too, and that's where you get into trouble. But
but
that's why I think we should stop. I think it's more of a fact we should stop kind of hitting on YA stuff and try to prop up the good stuff, the good and get more people incentivized to write good YA.
Well,
we can get
but
like I like your idea of us having a whole episode talking about it, because I feel like there's a lot to actually unpack with YA stuff and why a lot of it gets shit on, especially since a lot of it does get shit on or aimed towards young girls.
Yeah.
And a lot of the reasons they get shit on is because of that. But we have like an hour and a half and we still have 5 more pieces to do.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the one thing with Animorphs, what I did like about it is that they put these kids in basically impossible situations on having to deal with the basically war of an alien invasion that's happening. So they may have got these fantastical, amazing powers, but they don't have it for like no reason. There's this alien invasion, and this brain worm is getting into everybody, and it's like controlling them, getting to do different things. And as these basically kids are growing up, dealing with this war and making hard decisions, and it is. I really enjoyed it because of the fact that it made me, it showed me how to make certain decisions, like when and try to take more different sides of it. Because even the book series was different. It was each series of the book was written in a different POV. So book one was reading in Jake's POV, character called Jake's, then a Marco, but it's all the same world, but each one had a different flavor. And then they would come out with these specialty books where each like a chapter would just change POV, would tell you like, hey, this is this person's POV,
Right.
and it would just change throughout the whole book. And those were special, but they're confusing as heck because you can't just like just chunk through them fast. It's like, oh, you just stop and go like,
You go, who
it's
we're
this
talking
person.
about? Who's this character? Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a good read. Pick one up.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm gonna go the exact opposite place
Okay.
from the last one I did,
Okay.
which is gruesome and degenerate, which is wholesome and sweet.
Okay.
So I'm gonna talk about a manga that I read called the Japanese is Sasamiki Koto, but
Mhm.
the English translation is Whispered Words.
Mhm.
It has, in my opinion, hands down my favorite individual chapter of a manga ever
Hmm.
that I've ever read. An individual chapter that it felt like it encompassed something that I hadn't seen very often,
Mhm.
because it's a slice of life story. It's about two people that basically talking around each other, trying to fall in love, because it's a slice of life. But in one chapter, the character that is Ushio, who's a very kind and sweet character, who's usually very bubbly and happy, they show the facade break. It's a chapter where they show her having a breakdown. And it's impressive because a lot of those things don't show you the stress and pressure that people are under when you're in that situation of constantly feeling like things are falling apart around you, or the status quo has been changed in your life. That's something that you thought was a consistent thing, where your best friend is now not always directly there with you, and she's like feels like she's losing everything.
Mhm.
And before her breakdown happens, it shows the best friend and all her new friends and her setting up this new club, and how everything's looks so bright in her future. And it cuts to Ushio in her bedroom alone. And her bedroom's covered in all these books because her brother's a writer and he buys a lot of books to research. And she starts flinging and slamming and screaming to realize, like, why is she going away? Why is she staying? Why isn't this the person? Like, why is everything changing? And she's like losing her mind. And the drawing of this breakdown is so visceral. It's one of those things you don't see very much of. Somebody's able to just let all of the emotion out, and showing having it visualized on a page of somebody finally just breaking. She's flinging books. She breaks her own arm in her because she's flinging books around and throwing shit and hitting the ground and screaming at the top of her lungs. And like the neighbors are coming to talk to her brother because she lives with her brother, and her brother's just like, she's just going through a lot, and she has to get through this, because at some point she has to deal with it. And this is how she deals with it. This is how she deals with it, because she has to figure it out, because nobody can actually help her solve what's going on in her head. And her basically having this massive breakdown, and her ended up going to the hospital, and somebody sees that she has a broken arm, and that person texts the best friend like, hey, do you know she's in the hospital? And the best friend's in class, like, wonder where she is, and sees it and just drops everything and runs out of the classroom and just leaves. Like, she's like, where are you going? And she sprints like 2 miles to where she is at the hospital. While she was dealing with all this pent up and frustrated emotion, it's the turning point of the narrative. It's we've built all this emotion up. Here's the cacophonous resolution of
Mhm.
her dealing with everything. And then from there, the next chapter creates the next part of the story where, because both characters didn't know they liked each other,
Mhm.
a secondary character reveals to Ushio that the person that she liked her back. And she's like, "Are you fucking serious?" And so that changes their whole dynamic of the plot, because it went from one chasing the other to now she knows, and she's trying to let her know that she knows. And it's very rare when you have this romance stuff where the drama isn't just, oh my god, they don't like me, and this is it becomes my world is changing and I don't know how to deal with it. It's something that a lot of people think about and see, because change is always so scary, and a lot of people don't like change, and sometimes you just want to scream and let it all out, but sometimes people just don't do it. It's one of those things that don't get seen very often in these kind of will they, won't they, happy ever after stories. And I feel like it's impressive that it's something that is just this climax, this cacophonous moment is her letting everything go, and it allows them to reset and become and change for the better. So that's what it is. Like, it's not on my 3x3 because some of the other stuff in the show in the manga is kind of generic, and and of course it ends up with a happily ever after at the end. It's the whole narrative in totality
Mhm.
isn't strong enough, in my opinion, to push it into the 3x3. But that individual chapter for me is my favorite chapter in any manga I've ever read.
So I can see what you're talking about, because if with all the trash anime that Paul watches, the will they won't they thing, it does get kind of old after a while.
Exactly.
Yeah, because this is like every freaking anime. It's like, will they won't they, or I was like, come on, just
they're eventually gonna get together.
stop it. I know, just let them get together and let them be together, and then just do other stuff going on.
Right.
Okay, all right.
And
Right,
it's
right.
but there's
Like,
always the drama
It's like
is
Ross
always,
and Rachel.
right.
Okay, that was annoying.
But the drama is always, oh, there's somebody else here, so that now we have a romantic tension of they could be dating somebody else, and it you hardly see when like the actual moment of change happens, when the tide is turning.
Well, like I said, it's got to be refreshing not to have that, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because
Any thoughts, Paul?
Not especially. I mean, the fact that you finally have a character that actually the main issue isn't like teenage angst so much as the constant struggle against change. Yeah, that sounds pretty refreshing. That sounds like a great chapter, because, you know, even in my life in the last 3-4 years, it's just, I don't like this. This is change. You know, going from having a roommate that I had lived with for a decade to having the entire house to myself has its benefits, sure, but also has massive drawbacks. Can't go across the hallway and say, hey, look at this stupid video I found, or anything like that. Can't see the immediate reaction of another human being. It's, oh, well, leave this link here and maybe Harry will respond.
Ryan, do you have any thoughts?
I think I had something I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was.
It's all good.
Because I was trying to figure out how to fix Paul, and I just
you can't
got me on a different track. So,
well, first of all, that shouldn't be your concern, because like even our top scientists can't figure that shit out.
well, I'm an engineer, and my goal is to fix things. So
it's like, I can fix you. It's like the old Star World novels were amazing. Yeah, I never read any of them. I have no idea. I don't even know who this Mayan like Emerald or something. People keep talking about this one character. I don't know.
Jade alone.
Or like in Rosario X Vampire, it's out to the 20 choices will the protagonist choose to be with. Oh my god,
Yeah,
I
exactly,
forgot
exactly.
all about that stupid anime. God, I forgot about that one. Oh my god.
Right. That.
God, I'm so trash.
Harry with the trash bomb.
Trash. It was trash, sir. Sir, that's trash.
All right, Reinhold, what you got?
So in keeping with the theme of my last one, as I was, found this new channel now that was showing Doctor Who, I started watching it more and more. And later in the evening,
Do it.
a few weeks later,
Do it.
I saw this thing come on called Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was hoping for Red Dwarf, if I'm honest. I'll be honest.
Oh no, Red Dwarf. No, it's not on that
That's
list.
later. That's later.
That was later. So yeah, for me,
he thought
Red
about
Dwarf
it
was a
being
little
on the
bit later on.
Red Dwarf is on the honorable mentions of the honorable mentions.
No, it's
I mean, I
Red
do
Dwarf
have
is
that.
the best show.
I do actually have that if I needed to.
Love Red Dwarf, but you know when I first saw Red Dwarf, and I'm sidetracking off of Monty Python right now, but I will go into this a little bit because it's a funny story. I was flipping through, and I was watching those channels. I was flipping through, right, and I come across, and all I see is a scene with this guy walking out and talking, and he's got fangs, and I think I'm not watching a vampire show. And turned it. Now I didn't realize it wasn't a vampire, as it were, but I was not into. I was like so over vampires at the time, as it were.
And you being racist. So. Yeah.
So I went back, and a friend of mine was like, "Oh, you should check out this Red Dwarf." So I ended up watching it and was like, "Oh, that's the show. Okay, I see." And now I get it, and then it's hilarious, and I love it. So, but Monty Python was, it was just subversive enough for me at that age to really gravitate to it. Like it was kicking the boot into the upper class and the teachers and the people in charge, that sort of thing. It was very subversive. And it was hilarious. I mean, I don't think anybody here is going to deny that it's some of the best comedy ever.
It's accurate.
Absolute trash, degeneracy.
No, like straight up, Monty Python is one of those things that my dad watched and got probably me hooked on way too young to have been watching it. But I think
it's good for young people to watch that because it really tells you that adults aren't that smart.
Well, also G-word Reinhold over here with all the characters dressed in drag.
Whoa, yeah, you can't. Yeah, be careful what state you're in for doing that first. Check your local state if you can watch Monty Python.
But I mean, honestly, if we really wanted to, we'd probably spend the next hour making Monty Python references and just keep.
No, that was the thing. I used to because it was on the I was in the Navy and we had friends of mine and we would sit there and just quote Monty Python. It was I knew all the routine. I knew all the scenes. We just did them back and forth for hours. It was such an important aspect. And it's kind of like a build off of because it's kind of the same reason I like the Marx Brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and if I may just bring up something that might or might not be on your list, that also young Paul shouldn't have been watching. Benny Hill, like that was another.
I remember watching that as a kid too. Yeah,
yeah.
I used to play saxophone. As a kid, so Yakety Sax was a song I learned how to play. One of the first songs I learned how to play.
Yeah.
Tried watching Monty Python, but the commercials on TV took me out of it, so I've never seen one.
Well, then go.
Because the commercials.
Ace, what in the? Wow. Well, I just couldn't tell if they were a bit and they weren't funny, so I just stopped watching. What? Hey, Ace, what?
So fucking random.
Okay.
And hilarious.
I mean,
so
I-
random. And
Granted,
hilarious.
like
Can
any
we do a welfare
more
check?
any more YouTube will like pop up an ad on my phone and I'll instantly lose interest in the video because it's like, oh, you broke the concentration, move on. But what? I sentence you to go watch all of Monty Python without commercials so that you'll appreciate it.
Go to Brazil.
There's a finite amount. It's not like it's never ending. There's
Yeah.
there's unfortunately a short supply
Until
of
you
Monty
get to
Python.
interdimensional Monty Python, then you're good.
Like,
Then you have to watch Red Dwarf and Young Ones and Benny Hill and all this stuff.
well, I love
Absolutely
the fact
fabulous.
Oh,
They-
absolutely fabulous. Thank you, Reinhold. I have barely run into anybody. Like, I bring up absolutely fabulous. I use throw absolutely fabulous gifts everywhere, and people just look at
Oh.
what the F is this. And I'm just like,
some of the funniest stuff ever.
God. these,
Adina and Patsy. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's just a train wreck. You're watching a train wreck
Yeah.
unfold.
Mhm.
And the daughter's just like trying to have some sanity in the
Sit
whole
all
thing.
together,
And
yeah.
just, oh my God.
man.
Love that show.
I know. It was like, I am young. I'm going to do young things. I'm going to be skinny. This is what we're doing. Yeah.
Please pop
Yeah.
up Ace's comment
But,
and play. So I can watch
TV
Barry's
commercials
balls
make me
outrage.
feel like I'm having an aneurysm. YouTube ads are skippable a lot of the time.
okay, that's great.
TV
Go watch
ads
go watch Monty Python's Flying Circus
without the-
Or the
Netflix
movies.
without
or
the
something
ads.
like that.
Or the movies.
Like, just do it.
What about watch the movies? Watch the Holy Grail.
Like, yeah, the movies are great too, but
Life of Brian,
Oof, yeah.
the,
Meaning of Life.
Mhm,
all
the big
three
one.
movies are fantastic. The TV series is great because it isn't tethered to a subject.
That's true. Yeah.
There's more than 3 movies. Just saying.
Well, I mean, those are the 3 we brought up. So he said all 3
Okay.
movies. So since you brought up 3 movies exactly.
Let's see here. Abaca Bro goes, the early 2000 commercials on Cartoon Network at 3 a.m. were the best. Celine Dion records to Esteban guitars to Girls Gone Wild.
That one, the other one.
Yeah, which is now it's just like tame.
Yeah.
You can find that here on the streaming platform of your show. But which go ahead, get the Bad Queen or get
Yep.
get the PS5 King if you can get it. Okay, trust me.
So,
Trust me. If I had access to Christie's hot tub, I'd be in it right now, taking bits from it. Okay, all right.
so Reinhold, why wasn't it on your 3x3?
Just again, I thought it was too on the nose. Maybe.
Inexcusable. Moving on. And now for something completely different.
All right.
All right, that's solid. You have to change the subject now. All right, Harry, what's your next one?
All right. So the next one I want to do
Please say Red Dwarf.
No, don't do Red Dwarf. MLP. We're gonna go for My Little Pony. Friendship is Magic.
That's
I can't believe that wasn't on like number 1 on your list thing.
well, it's a cartoon,
Forced
not an
friendship.
anime.
Because it's a cartoon, not an anime.
It
That's
doesn't
why.
come from the anime region of animation.
Yeah.
Just like some
Japan.
sparkling wine. It's some sparkling wine and champagne, but a little champagne. This was one of the things. Or prosecco or cava, like in Spain, like it's called cava. I didn't even know that. I found that out a couple weeks ago when I went to go pick up some prosecco.
So MLP.
Prosecco.
I have a $200 prosecco habit, Reinhold, and I have a problem. And if you make fun of it, you're part of the problem as well. Okay, all right.
You make fun of me, I'll drink more.
Yeah,
It
don't.
becomes $250 per second.
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, Reinhold. I just bought another case. Okay. No, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. It's this like so. I was not a fan of the early generations of My Little Pony. That was something my sisters watched. Couldn't watch it. Couldn't be bothered to watch it. And then I had a lot of my friends around me start watching the show, and I see memes. Now, there was this other side, this no side that I don't go on, and there was tons of memes on that site that I heard from other people who would go to that bad site. I didn't go there, of course, naturally. I got the runoff of those things. I got, and
let's ask the moderator from that site. Hey, niece, what'd you think of that site?
yeah, anyway, so
he's lying to you.
I
He goes there all the
and
time.
I-
He
I was-
continues.
I was sitting there
post
talking to someone. It was like, you should just give this show a watch. Just give it a watch. You know,
He uses a trick code.
the person who writes the show, you already like love her content. It's like, what? It's like Powerpuff Girls. It's like, yeah, I love the Powerpuff Girls. Like, you're gonna love My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. So just like the Gravity Falls memes, I sat one day, it came on the TV. I couldn't get to the remote. I just said, screw it, and just kept drinking. And the next thing I know, I just don't watch the first season. And I was hooked after that. It was a it was a great to me like it was a great show because it just the idea of it was a wholesome show of all these just friends working through all the different problems, not using violence but just friendship, and it was, to me, it was very beautiful and loving, and just and the community at that time when I would walk around, like the pony, it was like everyone was just wanting to be friends with everybody, and was really weirded out. There were like, there's tons of guys, like it was okay, like it was tons of us guys that really into My Little Pony, and it's like it's okay. I put a unicorn on my desk, I put Rarity, like this is Rarity. She is best pony. The rest of your ponies are trash. And it was just a good time, and I try to get people into it. I did realize that I try to watch the next generation stuff that came out with it, which to me, because I'm an adult, I bring continuity into things. So
yeah,
this
accurate.
thing broke continuity, and it felt like it didn't need to explain itself or nothing. It just kept going, and just like, can you explain? No, it's a children's show. Then why did you link the two worlds? You could have just made a new. Then you wouldn't have watched the movie. You realize, like, I'm not going to watch anything else, right?
Yeah, but you still watch the movie though, so we got your money.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah. They could have linked the world and gave lore out. They could have like even just dropped little lore pieces for like 6 seasons. I'd have been there watching. Like, I gotta watch the episode. Why? Because they could drop a lore piece, All right. Abic Rogo says, I be posting. I don't know where he's 4chan is deeply philosophical because we discuss things like, would you let Danny Glover bang your mom solely because he killed the predator? All right. First off, he's getting too old for that. Okay. All right. That was back out. Riggs. I'm getting too old for this. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So yeah.
And the answer is yes. Niece. Yes. But why did you like the show? You talked about the afterwards and a little bit of the actual show.
Oh, what? Like why I like this show?
Mhm.
It was beautiful. Like, I love the colors of it. I loved the Rarity. Okay. Rare, like who's best pony, but also, like I said, like I like the storylines from it. It is that's what I even changed like my brand of anarchism. I was like, I would love it's my anarchy is like is this. I always tell people it's like it's anarcho-monarchism, where it's we have a monarchy. They do nothing but just kind of just try to live to this idealist ideal. They have no power whatsoever. They just have galas for us. And this way we can have princesses galas, and then friendship is mandatory though. Because friendship is magic. It's gonna be beautiful, And then I like the some of the story behind it, because the one thing that didn't explain on the next one is because the 3 tribes of ponies. So you've got your earth ponies. Those are the ponies that don't have any special powers. It's just basic pony, right? Then you've got the Pegasus. So those are your flying ponies, the ponies that fly. And then you've got unicorns. It's unicorns with a horn, and they get magic, right? And there's the 3 different tribes of ponies, and if they and it was kind of neat because each of them have a special talent that they can do something, but they all need each other. Not one tribe of pony can just live and sustain themselves. Like magic can't do everything. They can't collapse with it. A lot of it doesn't work that way. Or the Pegasus, that they control the weather, but they can't do a lot of things the Earth ponies can do. And they all have to work together. And when they're not working together, these evil spirits, these Wendigo spirits, tear up the land, freeze everything. And there's actually a part of the story where they talk about when the tribes didn't communicate, were angry at each other, fought with each other, the Wendigo spirits would destroy the land. So when the movie came out, it was just like, what happened to the Wendigo spirits? These things are supposed to happen that force these tribes together to make sure.
Well, you see, Discord became a good guy, so he just made that not happen.
It's goofy.
By the way, I've literally only watched one episode of Friendship is Magic, and it is a Daring Do episode.
Daring Do,
and it's
good.
when what was it?
Rainbow Dash,
and the
Twilight Sparkle,
and the Patton Oswalt pony. That's the only episode.
Oh, that one. Okay,
that's the only episode of Friendship is Magic I actually watched.
They're at the convention. At the convention.
That's the only episode of that show I've watched.
Reinhold,
Thoughts on it? On Friendship is
that's all.
You're muted.
You muted real hard.
Very, yeah.
I was gonna say I got nothing. I've not known it. I have nothing about the show. I know nothing about it other than the memes that have been shared, and the term brony is the only thing I know about it.
Brony and Pegasus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a pair of nieces, and before the younger of the two was born, basically it's like, oh, well, I'm going to watch through this because I don't give things that are tie-ins as media, like, because I was considering a gift. It's like, it seems all ages enough. So I watched the first 3 seasons. It was a good show. I enjoyed it because it was all ages oriented. It didn't talk down to kids. It was not like thoughtless. So yeah, that was a couple of years worth of gifts. And yeah, no, that's one of the things that, especially for younger kids, I advocate for is if you are going to give something that is a tie-in to any set of media, you need to watch it first as an adult. And you need to determine whether or not it is something you support putting in front of your kids at all. Or in front of...
Agreed. Because that's called parenting, Paul. But some people don't do that.
So when like people in various chat rooms start discussing stuff like Sailor Moon, and it's like, is this appropriate? It's like, well, fucking watch it, Mr. Leader. It's like, maybe you'll like it yourself.
Yes. His favorite character be Tuxedo Mask because he doesn't do anything.
But you didn't do anything.
All right, Harry.
Like most guys. Yes.
So rank the ponies like
What, like the main 6 or
main
all?
6, obviously. Only the main 6. We don't have time for all of them, Harry.
Well, first let's start at the bottom of this. I will have to say like Doctor Who's the Doctor Who pony.
The main 6, Harry. Come on.
And then but honestly, like it's really hard to rank them because rarity's number 1. Okay. Then I think to me personally, after rarity would have to be Twilight Sparkle.
Purple Smart.
Then third, man, I'm gonna have to go with go Applejack. Then 4, wow, Fluttershy.
Yellow Quiet.
Yeah, well, the Flutter Guy episodes are fun.
right? And that leaves 5 and 6. Who's 5, Harry?
Man, the desire to put
Who's the worst?
Rainbow Dash, Rainbow Danger Dash is the worst.
Yeah, so it's
But I feel like,
Pinkie
am
Pie
I
and
just
Rainbow
being
Dash.
bad? Yeah, I know. But then I feel like I'm like, am I just saying that? You know, because I'm an awful person. But yeah. So yeah, Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash.
So since this isn't an anime, and so that's the reason why I was on your 3x3.
Mhm.
What would you take out of your 3x3 to replace with Magic Friendship is Magic?
What place would it be at?
What would I take out for the put this in?
What would you replace it with? Yep. Because you limit yourself to only anime,
Mhm.
and I've only limited myself to anime, and Reinhold had also all of media, so I had to change the question for you.
Stardust Memory. Because why I did like it because it was freaking Top Gun, but I was like, stop, I'll put this in here instead. Man, so Top Gun. God, man,
All
go
right.
Top Gun.
My next honorable mention.
Mhm.
ReZero. ReZero is a great series, despite the shitty main character.
Changing. Okay, well, since you're going to talk about it, I don't have to talk about it when I get a turn.
Let me mark it off my list real quick. Don't worry. That's why I'm not going to talk about One Piece because he's talking about it for me. It is written here. One Piece is on this list. But ReZero is a great series. The main character kind of just phases into this fantasy world, and he exploring this world. His name is Subaru Natsuki, and he's very insecure of a person, and then he gets murdered. And at the end of the first episode, he's murdered, and then he wakes up as if remembering everything that happened that led him to being murdered.
Well, I got better.
But it's like it never happened.
Yeah, so time rolls back for him.
Right. And so the point is that Subaru, his magical isekai power is that in set intervals, he basically has a save point in which if he were to die, it resets him back to that save point.
Yep.
And he uses that to figure out issues and work through to continue the plot forward. The plot, it can be very, very gruesome at points there because the main character has to die to get brought back to restart. For him to use the knowledge that he knows, he has to die to use it.
And he doesn't know what the main objective is.
Exactly. So for him to move on to the next point, he doesn't really know what is going to cause him to hit that next checkpoint, basically. That allows him to his next spawn point, his next save point. And for me, the best part of that entire show are the side characters. The side characters in ReZero are some of the best side characters in almost any of these isekais or most of the fantasy shows. Not counting Amelia because she's technically a main character, but because she spends a lot of time in the spotlight. But a lot of the what?
Abacabra wants to know Subaru or Subaru. Like, are we talking a car going back in time?
It's the same spelling as Subaru, the car brand.
Yeah, it's same spelling.
Because it takes its name from the same place.
Yep.
The naming convention in the show is based on a lot of stars and astronomical bodies.
Yep. But the thing that holds it show up is not Subaru, because I don't like Subaru as a character.
Which
personally,
that's your
personally,
mistake.
I feel like he.
Is that Tom Cruise?
That's fine.
Edge of
You
Tomorrow.
can assume it's a car. Kind of. He is that kind of premise, but it's.
But he
definitely-
didn't get spawn checkpoints.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
Tom Cruise
Yeah, he
got
didn't get
checkpoints.
checkpoints.
Yeah.
But it's
Well, he had one, but he couldn't get additional one. He had
Mm.
to go back to the exact to start, basically.
personally like my issue with Subaru is while he has the potential of being a really good character, it felt like they reset his character growth several times, and that kind of was very frustrating to me because like it gets to a point where it's like, oh, he's grown, and then he didn't anymore.
I feel several is downplaying the multiple magnitude of times that they've done it.
To be fair, his different issues are not always the same issue that he has trouble.
No, but
The
there's-
worst part of the show. He's the worst part of his own show.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
unfortunate.
That's
At
an
least to
opinion.
me. Good. For my opinion, that's what really holds it back, in my opinion. But the other characters, like we have the twins of Rim and Ram, who are demon maids.
Ramen who?
Is it a horror
is a
like a
meme.
Subaru equipped with a third row sitting? Does he impress the other car girls with great city mileage and 5-star safety rating?
What a fucking meme. I should have known. But there's Roswald, who is Harry.
Roswell.
Roswell, who is Harry.
I don't know what you're talking
who
about.
is an entity of high intelligence, but is obsessed with a witch of what is it? Which witch is
She's the
Greed.
witch of greed.
greed? That's what I thought. I
Greed.
wanted to say it was greed.
Yeah.
There are different cults worshiping different witches, and each witch is a different deadly sin.
And then they bring in the archaic sins as well as
Yeah.
guest appearances.
Yeah. But all the side characters, all the characters they introduce are very entertaining and very interesting. There's a lot of things going on, and they're also very intelligent with them having a very overpowered character. Well, there's a character named Reinhard who is basically the end all fight button.
Mhm.
Where he doesn't draw his sword unless he sees you as a worthy opponent.
His sword won't draw. He will try,
Mhm.
but his sword basically vetoes that.
But the universe basically gives him protection against everything known to man and some things only known to gods.
He canonically literally has the ability to, at a glance, discern salt and sugar from each other, because one time he added salt to his tea and didn't like the taste, and the universe made sure he didn't have to put up with that upsetting mistake again.
Yeah, but he is so sparingly used that he becomes a very interesting character of all this shit's happening, but he's busy doing other shit, and he's there. It's the Saitama issue of he's there. The person that can end this is around, but he's just busy.
Right.
He's just busy.
No,
So
and
figure it
that's-
out.
That is absolutely the perfect comparison for people who know One Punch Man. He gets used to solve one problem once, and then you see him show up again to deal with other things, but not ever in a way that is finite. Because where's the fun in that?
Right.
Goku.
Exactly. But and then there's the best two side characters in the entire show, which are Felix and Puck.
Yeah.
Which are just
Needs more puck.
Puck is an ice demon, basically.
Spirit, but yeah.
Is a spirit, yes. But depending on who you're talking to, he's a demon.
A demon in
Uh,
cute form.
The beast of the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking on a form of a small floating cat. Yeah.
Yeah, a small floating adorable cat.
No, like I'm going to steal this from you.
That's fine.
It is by far my number one series. And yes, Subaru is a terrible character. I feel like they don't reset him as hard as you feel he gets as the series goes on. But so many of the things that I see him struggling with, the feelings of inadequacy And they're completely like the author is completely upfront with this. One episode, they literally just sit in a town square, him and another character whose name escapes me, just sit there, and he lays it all out. He's like, hey, run away with me, because he's gotten to this point where he doesn't feel like he can advance the plot and he wants to give up. And he basically says every negative thing that he can think of about himself, and he feels each and every one of those. And it shows like, oh yeah, he's putting on a brave face, but here's what he feels he is. And he has to be talked to by another character and told, that's not who you are. You're better than that. You can take this on. And, you know, I am not the only person who has felt an impact from this, because that episode right there literally helped a friend of ours get over a funk and move on to going and looking for a job. I don't know. The series has high points at it. It like highs and lows that can come at you within minutes of each other. Like
some of his cycles are just gruesome. Some of the times where he has to die are just so like he fails so bad.
The one that messes with me to this day, and I go back and I watch this scene occasionally, is he has half saved the village near the end of the second half of the first season.
I know exactly which one you're
He's
talking about.
half saved this village that he's come to love. It's right outside Roswell's manor. It's like his hometown that supports the manor. And he half saves this village, and then something happens to him. And he has to run off into the woods because he's becoming possessed. And two of the characters, one that he's been really good friends with, and the other one that he hates their guts. And he's struggling to maintain control and begs the person that he hates the most in this world to end his life so that he won't be able to harm anybody. That scene fucks with me.
Mine's the marionette scene.
Oh, yeah. No, to me, the author that wrote this is fantastic. They do so much to subvert the trashy isekai tropes, and they keep a few of them in there. But like episode 1, the author could have been like, oh yeah, you can use magic, sure, why the hell not? No, he looks like an idiot for trying, because he grew up in this culture where this is what he expects from his stories. Nah, we'll subvert that expectation. And just the writing in it is fantastic. I love just about everything about this series.
I agree. But again, it's not on my 3x3 because I didn't enjoy that several times in the narrative. At least to me, it feels like the author takes massive steps forward for Subaru, and then Subaru just kind of forgets that he takes this massive step forward. It's like, here, learn how to trust people and rely on people. And then here, learn how to trust and rely on people again.
He's dealing with a lot, though. Like, he's also a 17-year-old kid in over his head big time.
But it's also the fact that here's proof that trusting people and relying on your allies makes things positive and work. Now you're going to forget that happened, and now we're going to start all over again and make you relearn how to trust people and rely on them. And it's super annoying to me. And also the fact that the season 2 intro spoils the entire season 2 point for fucking point.
You're not supposed to watch the intros.
Hate it. I don't.
Yeah.
I watched the one time I watched it, I was like, oh, it spoiled everything. Cool. Fuck this intro.
Yeah. which is a shame because the song is fantastic.
It is literally beat for fucking beat, and it was like, nah. Also, the witches are cool. I like their designs. They're interesting.
Yeah,
Just don't drink the tea.
always drink the tea.
Reinhold, thoughts?
Y'all are fucking nerds.
I mean, like I said, it sounded familiar, but I mean, it sounds like something that'd be interesting to watch. Obviously, so I had to think about that one.
All right.
Mhm.
So here's the problem. Every time somebody new watches it, I end up rewatching all of it. It's literally
That was
been
interesting.
like, oh, Harry's watching it. I'm watching it in pace with Harry. Dom is watching it.
All
I
right.
watch it in pace
All
with
right,
Dom.
Reinhold, it's your turn because we're gonna be here way
Yeah.
longer than 4 hours of this
Get your mom, Genji. Oh,
read.
All right, so I'm looking at my list trying to figure if I should reorder a few things here, but
It doesn't have to be in order. None of my stuff is in order. I've just been saying
yeah. The Tick.
it. Excellent.
dee, da, 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 dee, da.
Mhm.
Wee, da, 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 wee, da.
We down. Yep. So I was living with some musicians at the time. In my mid-20s, I just got divorced and was hanging out with some people. And we were just chilling out and watching Fox, and they said, "Oh, there's a new show coming up on Saturday mornings. It's going to be The Tick." Blah blah blah. So I'm like, okay, and I just happened to figure I'd watch it, because I was Saturday morning. I was kind of bored, and that show comes on, and immediately I fell in love because it is the perfect satire of everything superhero in such a way that, like, it's inventive to go that hard to paint on the satire.
Yep.
It was just every word coming out of what was being said. I was in love with that first episode. So I had recorded it and I never looked back. I started watching it. I got the comic books that it was based off of. It unfortunately got canceled after 3.5 seasons.
Something like that.
3 seasons. I've got them on DVD over here. They're not official. They're pirated DVDs that I bought off the internet.
They're on DVD. Just don't ask how I got
Yeah.
them
From the
Got 'em on
public
eBay.
library.
there.
And then the TV show came out. The first TV show. Again, loved it. One of my favorite actors in the world is Patrick Warburton. And to see him be the Tick was priceless. It was like the only other person who could have done the character other than the original person who was the voice. I mean, the guy who did the original comic cartoon, the voice, that guy just that's the Tick, right? But Patrick Warburton embodied the Tick. It was awesome to watch. And the guy who played Batmanuel, he was I originally saw him in a show called Muscle, which was on the WB's first season, and was the basically a modern version of Soap, and got, like, a lot of the stations wouldn't show it because it was too risque or whatever. But I watched him on that, and I saw him in the Tick, and now he's like a famous actor doing a whole bunch of stuff
Everywhere.
He was so good in that. I mean, it was so well done and fun to watch, but I knew it wouldn't last because it was just I think it's a niche audience, and if it were done today, as it was done then with the campiness, I think it would have lasted because it wouldn't have cost as much to make, and there's better distribution channels to hit the target right.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Amazon one?
And then I saw the Amazon one. I saw that it came out. I loved it to death, to pieces. The guy that got to play the Tick was in Guardians of the Galaxy. That's where I kind of first saw him. he's the great thing I liked about the Amazon version
Mhm.
was it was just a modern take on it, where there was something psychologically going on with the tick that I felt like they were going to get to.
Yeah. Like,
I don't
what
think they ever
year
got
is-
there,
No.
but it unfortunately only lasted 2 seasons.
Yeah. Which it was neat. It was just
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it gave more like backstory and gravitas to the characters, which kind of made it less of a campy satire and more of an actual show to watch, where there was going to be a story there.
Mhm.
Right. I don't think they were making as fun of the superhero genre as much as the previous iterations of the Tick were. But if you read the original comic book, it literally starts with him breaking out of a mental institution. Right. So there's always been, I think, in the author's mind, an idea that the Tick is completely off his rocker.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
who knows if he's seeing anything, what's going on, any of it's actually real. Kind of like, maybe the Max or something like that,
Mhm.
but not as dark. But yeah, I could see, it's just that first scene on the first comic cartoon when he's like, "This is a city," and they just called it the city.
Fire me, boy.
And then they showed their version of Batman.
Deflator mouse.
Yep, Deflator Mouse. Oh my god. The Punisher, when they show the Punisher crying. Tears. Oh my god, it was so good.
So
yeah,
why
if you-
wasn't
if
it
you
on
like-
your 3x3?
I kind of got to it later, and it was a very funny take that I think was important, but I think that the other stuff I had was just more important to me than this. I mean, it's just ranked down a little bit lower, but it's always been something that I loved. I just thought it was great.
It's fair. Thoughts? The only Tick?
Love the Tick. The Tick show is great. I see what you're saying with the Amazon one. It really just feels like since they want to go too hard on the paint because they got The Boys, which is another take on that. Which
True. That's
which
fair.
I don't understand. Like I wish we'd get more seasons, because if you enjoyed the Tick, you probably also watch The Boys, and if you like The Boys, you probably also love Tick.
Well,
Well, so-
isn't it the same author, or isn't
I
it?
have no idea.
I don't think so.
Um,
I can't.
what was the
confirm.
name?
I don't know.
Because the guy from The Boys was originally doing the Supernatural, right?
I think so. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the guy who's doing the Tick. I'm trying to remember. I thought there was something with Supernatural and the Tick that were this similar.
I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I freaking love the
Yeah,
Tick.
the Tick creator Supernatural comes up. It's Ben Edlund. Ben Edlund.
Spoon.
Yeah, so he wrote. So Ben Edlund wrote the Tick, and Angel, and Supernatural. He was a
Angel?
producer and writer for.
For Angel?
Yeah, he was a writer for Angel, 1999.
Neat.
Hmm.
Makes sense.
Which was a good series. I recommend the puppet episode. It's one of my favorite episodes of Angel. And the end of Angel, like if you can get through all the seasons of Angel, the ending is over the top. And
You getting into
So-
another item on your 9?
no, but
Just quick,
Angel is just
Eric Kripke is
really
the
good.
Eric Kripke is the Supernatural guy. Ben Edlund is the Tick guy. But Ben Edlund wrote on Supernatural and did production on Supernatural with Kripke. I think he might take it over after Kripke left. So there was a lot of
Overlap.
like this between them two, probably. So it's got the same
Like
feel
that.
as the Tick. Yeah,
We just hashtag it's
just saying. Yeah,
All right, Harry. What's the next thing on your honorable mentions?
Oh my god! Now I get some air back. All right, let's see. You know what? I want to go with which is my personal favorite, which has a good special effects way, is One Piece. So One Piece is this generation's War and Peace. I don't care what it was. It's like One Piece. If you got into One Piece, you're into One Piece. It's an excellent ride. It's about a boy who wants to be king of the pirates. He's kind of special, just like the dick is.
I mean, yeah. That is a true statement.
And he goes around, gets in his pirate, actually starts off in a barrel.
Yeah.
Then he moves up from a barrel, gets a pirate ship, a crew, and he's trying to become king of the pirates to get the legendary One Piece that was by Gold Rogers, who basically would be what's king of the pirates. He got everything that was had in the world, and he put it all in one piece. So he's gonna find the legendary One Piece. So it's a brilliant story. Like I started watching it in the original the amazing dub of 4Kids, where
4Kids.
the guns were rubber and they had like little rubber shooters. Sanji's cigarette was a lollipop.
Oh, don't forget when they turned the gun into the boot on the
the
mallet on the
yeah.
switch.
Yeah, and then like Arlog, instead of killing her, she was just like, "You will be in my dungeon." Can they go rescue her? She's just in the dungeon.
She's in the dungeon forever.
I know. Why did they go rescue her? Because she's dead.
4Kids was a trip.
Yeah, it was trash. But this just going to show you how long I've been watching One Piece. Because just how long it's been going on. It's
97.
I have enjoyed it because it gives me everything that I want out of a show most of the time. So it gives me the action pack that I want, and then for some reason it just wants to turn around and just punch you right in the feels. Just like, oh, cool, you care about this? Cool, right there. Good tearjerker there for some seed, or just make you care about like some back character you've never heard of, they don't care, never knew about, but for like these next 5 episodes, there's your best friend. You're really sad if anything bad happens to them.
You leave Colby alone.
I think the other thing that got to me with this thing is like I finally got my daughter hooked onto it. Yeah, so because I won't finish One Piece. Oda has already said that he's gonna, like right till he dies, then give it to someone else to finish the series. So, there's no luck of me finishing this. I gotta make sure my daughter.
He knows how it ends.
Yeah, he's got to tell us. He won't tell us. And there's been several different times he threatened to even end the series if he did, like if the studio didn't give him what they wanted. It's a very, very popular anime in Japan, and just people who love One Piece love One Piece.
The popular anime in Japan.
They've literally erected statues to the entire main
It's
crew.
literally more One Piece is more synonymous in Japan than Batman is in the US.
Yeah. the which I thought was crazy that people upset that Jinbei has a higher bounty than Sanji. It makes sense, but they're like, "How dare he?"
So long.
This makes sense.
The reason I love One Piece, like I said, it was on my long list of things. It's since it's been going on since 97. It's very interesting to read it because I read the manga. You can see which era of the shonen shows is going on because his style changes to sort of match what's the appeal of what everything else is at the time. So like from the beginning, it's kind of goofy and silly, and then like when it starts getting things that hitting feels, it's because more stories that have like emotional impact is going on in Shonen Jump at the time, and then like you can see where it transitions from like the Naruto, One Piece, Bleach to the One Piece, Hunter x Hunter, My Hero Academia, and you can see the transition of since he's been writing it for like over 10, almost 15 years. It started in 97.
26.
You say 15 years?
I'm struggling.
26.
Yeah.
He just
Over
realized how old he is. He's like,
over
like
a quarter
years.
century.
It's only 2013, right?
I know. He's
Leave me
doing
alone.
the math now. He's like,
Senior moment.
He's sitting there like, I'm going to be 30 soon.
Yeah,
I'm
30 next
old.
year, yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been going on since '97,
Yeah.
and watching a story that's been going for that long, and him still being able to bring stuff in from the first chapter, literally something that happened like 2 years ago, used the character from the first chapter in '97.
Yep.
And it's like,
And take things that like no one mentioned, or you could just kind of like just wrote off, and you ever like guess like Sanju's like, how the hell did he get to the East Blue? That makes no sense how he got to the East Blue.
LeBlue.
Huh?
LeBlue.
Huh?
That is the best example of of his writing style at work.
Yeah, LeBlue. Yeah, I know. Which is like so I'm watching it with my daughter, and we passed that like 10 episodes ago. Like finally got to LeBlue, and she was like, "That's so sad. I can't believe these pirates like left." I was like, "Okay." See you in 600 episodes.
But it's also a great way when you're reading it, because it's an ensemble cast, and Oda knows how to make it so that every character has a moment.
Yeah,
and that's what makes a lot of the action work.
Yeah,
is that every character has their moment, no matter how absurd it is.
Yeah, they have their thing. They got their thing that they can do, or they're doing something, or they're needed. And they keep picking up like really interesting people. And you can also see like even to me, it feels like Oda picks people up because he wrote something, and then you realize like he has no one on the crew that cares about the thing he just wrote about. So he like, crap, this archaeology thing is really cool. I want people to care about the lore of this world. Nico Robin.
Yeah. She knows how to do these things.
Now I
Add her
can
into the party.
force people to look at the lore.
We need somebody to make sure the ship doesn't break again.
Cyborg freaky. Cyborg? Yeah. The technology.
He runs on cola.
Yeah, cola. The technology in One Piece is, I don't know. It's all over the place. Some of it makes no sense whatsoever, and even like it makes sense in the world, but it's just, you just have to just let things go. Like the impact dials. Yeah, it's like that makes no sense, but it works. And
I mean, there is magical fruit that gives you magic abilities, but makes it so you sink in water. Like that's what it does.
Would you eat a double fruit?
I mean, yes.
What?
Absolutely.
You lose your ability to swim.
So?
Assuming this world, yes.
Absolutely.
But that world, where the world is, well, it's actually both worlds are majority water, but I would like this. There's like unique. Most travel is done by water in that world.
So?
Wow.
Bro, Luffy.
This man don't travel.
Luffy's been around for like thousands of chapters. He literally stayed in a barrel. If you can float in a barrel and not die, I mean, it's fine with me. It sounds like the devil fruit's a good idea.
But if you go in the water, you go straight down.
So there's sea people, there's mer people. They'll just help me out. They always do.
Yeah.
Great series.
But it's
if I can cut in here, I'm gonna take the opposite plot. I've watched the first 70 episodes, and it could have easily been 35. At least at the point that I'm at, I'm a 0.7 like I don't even want to calculate the percentage I am in. I watched 70 episodes, and boy, was it a thing. It was not a good thing.
Yeah, it's very interesting to tell especially those early ones where it was the anime is also terrible of seeing the time and place when it was made.
Yep.
Right. And
handwritten, hand-drawn to digital. You see that crossover.
I'm just saying there are full chunks that could have been pulled out and improved the pacing dramatically.
That's like as I said, that's why if I was actually talking about it, I was only going to talk about the manga only because I like the manga better.
Well, the other thing is you have to understand when that anime when it first came out, you're still in the 90s, so that was a serialized episode that they got one a week, and you have to remind people what happened last week.
Well, I'm beyond even the flashbacks. There are points at where the character will just have a reaction linger on the screen for a solid 5-6 seconds. And it's like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Reuse some frames. My hand hurts.
Which was the style at the time.
Yeah, my hand
it
hurts.
doesn't
I
make
had to
it
draw
good.
all this by hand.
It's not that it happened once. It's that it continuously happened.
They not
Yeah.
paid him enough to
My
draw
hand
more
hurts.
frames, bro.
It was his hand. Mine.
That was
It's
what it was.
cramping
Hand
bread.
drawing shit, bro. They did not pay him enough to
Yeah.
draw
Yeah.
more frames.
Yeah.
Still, my
Mhm.
point is, like, the moment they decide to go back and remaster it and like take all the animation that's done and I don't know, cut it down to something
What
that's
was it?
actually
They
paced
have, though.
appropriately.
They have.
He wants One Piece guy.
Yeah, One Piece. They have they've got some cuts of that like that. Even like I think they even did the Mobile Suit Gundam where they just like, all right, here's the freaking plot. Here you go. This is the plot. What we condensed it, you know. But yeah,
Yes.
they've done that to One Piece. There's some really like nice stylized ones where they just take the whole like the first East Blue arc and just shrink it down.
Thoughts, Reinhold? Do you have any thoughts on One Piece?
I have heard a lot of people talk about One Piece. I mean, not details, but say it like this is a great story, and then people just that's a big thing. What's his name? Daniel Green talks about it a lot. So I've heard about it, but it sounds a little bit like it's probably got good and bad things. Like
Mhm.
the part that I always complain about with anime is kind of that drawing thing that you're talking about that was bad in what you were saying.
Mhm.
But I do kind of I think I want to try to maybe check it out a little bit, not necessarily go whole hog into it, but just kind of get a feel for what the story's about because
You should read the manga because it is way better pace.
Right, because that my complaint of them lingering on one shot for 5 seconds, you don't have to sit there and stare at the same
Nope.
frame for
Panels you can read them as fast. It's based on how
yeah,
fast you read.
they're not moving for a lot longer period of time. Now,
I
The,
recommend watching the
I just really want to get
movie.
a sense of, well, you talk about the character being kind of like the Tick and so I kind of want to get a feel for what you mean by that. I'm kind of curious there. So
Oh, you'll find out.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Luffy has no fear.
We'll go from one shonen to the other to another. The next one on my list is Naruto.
All right, thanks for coming.
And the-
Alex. That's
listen-
enough. The trash meter's off the scale.
Oh, I know it is. Trust me, there's a
We can't
reason.
handle this trash.
Allow me to explain that the reason it's not on the 3x3 is because it's trash. If you want to know the reason why it's not on the 3x3 officially. But Naruto was, at least from my generation, the Dragon Ball Z.
Don't you dare.
It was. It got a
don't
lot
you
of people
dare
into
stand where he stood.
You say that, but it really is because while Dragon Ball Z got a lot of people into it,
Mhm.
Naruto started when the anime started.
Mhm.
Toonami had episode 1,
Mm.
and it was showing almost concurrently with Japan as it was coming out.
Mhm.
So for people who are like,
Which is
oh,
unfair.
anime is really interesting because it's on this cartoon channel I watch all the time. Oh wait, I can watch it as it comes out, and they premiere episodes every week,
Unfair.
right? And they premiere episodes every week on televised
Mhm.
TV that I don't have to go to a special website or buy a DVD for, and I can just turn to this channel and watch it
What?
as it comes out.
But
It's
you also don't get to
amazing.
help out with High Guardian Spice.
But so that's what that you see a lot of people see Naruto as like their starting point. A lot there's a reason why it's in the cultural zeitgeist for so. There's a reason it was in Fortnite before Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Which, if that's not a barometer of where that generation of kids are. Yeah.
Maybe the boomers are right.
But it's so synonymous, but by a kid wearing an orange jumpsuit with yellow hair, who's annoying,
ninja, a bright orange ninja,
who is annoying, and the first like arc, they kind of keep it grounded and these very interesting things where they make you wonder about what ninja tools can actually be dangerous, and then they start power scaling, and then the universe goes to shit. And they make all these interesting side characters and have amazing fights like Rock Lee versus Gaara, which is arguably one of the best anime fights that most people see, because it's a guy that only does punches and kicks fighting a guy with super magic powerful sand that protects him from being hit at all times.
That's what he got. He got them hands though. He
did catch them hands.
Get some hands.
And it's one of those shows that, being a kid, being able to go, I have this show that's episode's premiering tonight. I'm looking forward to it all week. I can go home and go, oh yeah, I'm watching a new episode of Naruto because it just came out. That's what that was. Even though the series became total trash, it almost got all the way to Shippuden, which is the time skip, airing on Toonami. And that should tell you how popular that show was. So while I did enjoy it, and it did become horrible, god awful trash because they started power scaling to absurd degrees.
I couldn't watch episode 2. I'm going to disagree with the word "became" in that analysis.
You have no idea.
I was a kid, and there were some actually really decently cool things like Zabuza and characters that actually had emotional weight to them. And then they started doing stupid shit like, well, you basically have to have super godlike eye powers. Oh, and then the main character is the descendant of the daughter, the descendant of God who made the magic power by themselves. And his rival is also the descendant of the brother of. I was like, bro.
Making
Just
that
stop
really
writing.
cool
Just
speech
stop writing.
that he said
Just stop
to
writing.
Nike, just stupid, means nothing. We have to defy our destiny. No, clearly you stepped right into yours.
Then you set up a trio of characters to carry it, and wait, no, it's just about the main two. No, never mind.
Just a trio of characters, and only one of them matters, and the other one runs away, and the third one does nothing.
Does nothing.
She gets her character developed.
Does all this healing. Naruto just walks up. Let me just heal this. Just gives you an eye. I'll just give you an eye. What?
Yeah, I just did that.
I just did that.
And then they kill off good characters and don't give actual characters that have potential anytime.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's trash. It's
So Reinhold, any desire to watch Naruto?
Don't watch Naruto.
I can't wait. It's on pins and needles.
Don't watch that one.
It'd been
You
cool.
better believe it.
Do you have any thoughts on Naruto?
Don't watch it. It's trash. And Boruto's even worse.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
Just
again,
die of
it
cringe.
was my generation, the Toonami generation of kids. Dragon Ball.
Again, no. Like even before Dragon Ball Z started to get bad, it still had more spirit than Naruto ever could have hoped to have.
All right, Ryan, hold your next.
My next one. I'll take you back to mid-90s. I have just moved into the Winter House, which I don't know if you guys know where that's at.
Is that a brothel?
No, it's an apartment complex on Meridian and Meridian 16th or something like that.
Is that a brothel?
No. But I was feeling pretty cool. I was like living in the downtown, living in an apartment complex downtown on Meridian Street. I was like, oh yeah. So I was really happy about this. It was really cool. And I was watching Comedy Central, and they said there was this new show coming out. And it sounded pretty fun, so I thought I'd check it out. Turned it on, and immediately I was going down to South Park, and I had a good time. It was like
I was thinking crank yankers.
No.
It was the man show, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, when that first episode, because I was like I'd seen the ads for it. I'm like, I want to see what this is about, right? This is Comedy Central, and the first episode, I was hooked. That was the funniest crap I've ever seen in my life, and the fact that I have the same sensibilities as they do, tells me a lot about. I mean, that show spoke to me in so many different ways. And I don't know if you've ever seen some of the movies they put out.
Team America,
Hannibal the Cannibal, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Orgasmo, hilarious.
Love that movie.
I mean, Basketball was still one of my favorite
Basketball.
movies with little Squeak, who was in he was in what was the name of the show? Galaxy Quest. So that was his big acting role. It's just my type of humor all the way. Every single bit of it just speaks to me in fundamental ways I can't explain very well, I guess.
I get it.
It's just that it's the Gen X humor. It's just like poking fun of everything that needs to be poked fun at without taking dumps on people who don't need to be taking dumps on. So
yeah,
they know where the line is. They know how
Just
to do
the
satire.
Streisand
They know how
effect.
to just go off. So
The Streisand effect.
yeah.
The Streisand effect, where
yeah.
you want something to be off the internet, and you tell people you don't want it there, it stays on the internet forever.
Oh yeah, forever.
And then on South Park, because the whole thing is they made fun of Barbara Streisand a whole bunch,
Mhm.
and she hated
Well,
it.
that's not where the Streisand effect came from.
Oh, it's not. I thought. I'm pretty sure.
No,
it
no.
was because she hated it.
Streisand effect came from there was a photographer who took a picture of her beach house or whatever, and she wanted it taken down off the internet.
And it wasn't even
because he made-
specifically her beach house. It was like pictures of the shore, and her property was one of them.
Okay, that makes sense.
And
So
she wanted it taken down. She made a big stink, and everybody's like, "Well, what's this all about?" And they went, and everybody saw, nobody would have seen that picture because it was just a nobody photographer somewhere. And that's where the Streisand effect comes from. But yeah, they certainly leaned heavy into making fun of Barbara Streisand on this show.
Mecca Streisand.
Yeah, that and the Prince of Canada.
And what I really find funny too is how it came about, and the fact that George Clooney was a big part of it.
Okay,
It was Stan's dog. Stan's dog.
He played the dog in the very beginning because he wanted to do a voice, and they let him do the dog voice.
Yeah, they refused to let him play himself.
I think if I remember right, so it started because somebody commissioned in Hollywood. They do these Christmas cards, and they send around, and everybody tries to outdo each other. And someone commissioned them to do a Christmas card, and it was the Christmas special that ended up getting became an underground classic. That it got passed around in Hollywood everywhere, to the point where people are like, these guys are funny. Everybody's laughing at this because of the spirit of Christmas and Jesus fighting Santa Claus and all kinds of stuff.
Mr. Hanky, Christmas Pooh.
Well, this was before all that. This was like the
It
initial
was the pilot.
Yeah.
short. It wasn't even a pilot. It was a short that was done as a Christmas card, and they ended up bringing it into the show later, but as like a sequel type of homage to it. But I seen the original. I saw it. It was commissioned. I think it was Clooney who commissioned it. I can't remember who it was that commissioned, but I thought it might have been Clooney. But somebody paid them money to make this, and they got passed around Hollywood, right? So that's how they got their start. So people knew who people big up knew who they were because of that little bit, and that's how they got their show. Was somebody's like, "This is funny. We just give them a show and see what happens. Put it in development." And then another thing I love about the show is that they make that show in 5 days. It is from nothing on the page to on air 5 days. So what's funny about that is they do so many things. They have done so many things in the past where they've put in topical humor.
Right.
That was like the funniest one. The first one that really got me was they were doing a show. It was about some foreign exchange students of Japanese or something like that, some gymnasts or something like that. And it was a story about it. And I remember seeing the little story was coming up in the middle of the week. The Elian Gonzalez thing happened. Right, where they picked up Elian Gonzalez and took him out of the house and everything. And there's that famous photo of the guy with the gun pointing at the kid. Halfway through the show, they recreated that. It happened like 3 days later. It's on air. It was so funny because everybody knew exactly what was going on. It was just you can't do that in any other show.
Right.
Because they make these things and it's like go through testing and you got weeks and weeks and weeks and a lead time. So kudos to them for even after they got like big, they still do it that way.
Right.
Yeah. So my favorite story about that is the fact that they had to completely rewrite an episode in early November of 2016 because somebody won an election that was an 80 or 90% chance of them not winning, according to the media. So,
oops.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
And they I think they were airing on Wednesday. So they had to rewrite and redo an entire episode in like 24 hours.
I give them props for that, man. That takes guts.
My
do that every
little
week.
tangent of South Park was in one of the PGA golf games. On the disc was that Christmas card of South Park. It was just on the disc, and nobody knew about it. It just somebody data mined it and found it on the disc.
it's just there.
So why wasn't it on your 3x3, Reinhold?
No,
he has no
excuse.
Like,
I have no excuse. It's only you get 9 spots, and you're trying to think of something. Sometimes it just doesn't come to you till later, and you're like, oh yeah, South Park. It was a big deal for me for a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
This episode's getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, it's probably the last one.
Because
we started with Vincent, so we can finish up with you.
No, I'm gonna spike the football and end it here. We'll just pick back up on our honorable mentions next month. But as we end this episode,
/ Harry's getting really tired.
I am getting really tired.
/ Harry's getting
sleepy.
really tired.
It is getting late,
and he is fading.
Yeah,
I've got to do another podcast tomorrow at noon.
Yeah. So we're going to end this. So thank you for everyone who's gone this far in the episode. True fans get this far. The crazy ones, risk takers, people who like Paul get this far in the episode, and we thank you. You could be listening to anything else in the world, but you decided to listen to this and that. We thank you. On Monday night, well, preparing any bad thing happened, we'll actually wrapping up our 3x3s on Monday night, so you get to hear our number one. So I think I will be doing Initial D. Reinhold will be doing I think Benny Hill, right?
Asimov.
Isaac.
And Vincent's going to be doing Uline Mid.
I knew it was coming. I knew exactly what he was going to say. As soon as he was naming them off, I knew what was going to happen.
Uline Mid.
You can't say that because you didn't want you. You didn't cry the tears I cried, sir. You didn't experience the secondhand PTSD.
I should have said I was going to do Benny Hinn. So.
Ben Hur.
I don't know the theater when that came out.
Now that's they should reboot now. Ben Hur.
They tried that. It failed.
What did they do that?
It was called Ben They.
Oh god.
Oh damn. Reinhold, bad Reinhold.
Kid Rock shot every copy of it.
Oh this movie hurt me. Yeah. You know what? I should have picked up some Bud Light, poured it out, poured some better beer in.
What's a better beer in?
There you go. Yeah, so we'll just pick up and finish our adventure next episode, next time we do our next Friday. Unfortunately, we're gonna do these long Fridays, the worst.
You say it's the worst.
The
I'm
worst.
perfectly fine. I enjoy it.
The worst. Yeah. So, So I will see you guys on Monday night, and thanks. Have a good one. Bye, everybody. Say goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Just say it. Don't look.